ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
We welcome all the delegations that accompany us during this second day of the meeting on the third meeting of the Conference of Science, Innovation and Technologies of Information and Communications of ECLAC. And we would like to invite Nicolo Giglio, who is the officer of ECLAC for Productive and Entrepreneurial Development at ECLAC, who will act as moderator. This panel that deals with the role of science and technology for health sovereignty falls within the framework of our work undertaken by ECLAC to suggest a plan of health self-sufficiency for the region. And the proposal in this plan is to strengthen the capabilities related to research and production of medicines and vaccines in the region, so that what has happened with this pandemic does not occur again, and so that our region is much more resilient and much more autonomous. This plan that was approved unanimously by presidents on September 18th has a very comprehensive perspective with regards to health issues, but it is primarily an industrial policy outlook. We not only wish to satisfy the requirements of providing medicines to the population, but to develop an industry, a regional industry that can meet these requirements. This plan, and with this comprehensive outlook, involves issues that have to do with regulations, clinical trials, intellectual property, public procurement, and the creation of consortia. And in this panel discussion, what we want to do is to integrate to this perspective the more specific aspects of science involving science and technology from an entrepreneurial perspective, from the perspective of academia, and also from the angle of companies. And for that purpose, we have an interesting group of panelists and experts who will accompany us. The panel is structured in the following fashion. First of all, we will begin with a presentation that will be delivered by Ricardo Palacios on the emergence of public health and science as a strategy for national and regional health security. Ricardo Palacios is an international expert on clinical and pharmaceutical research, and he is supporting ECLAC in these matters. Now, this presentation will then be a brief, a general introduction to this issue, and subsequently we will continue with the presentations that will be delivered by panelists. We're thinking that this will be a sort of conversation, and each panelist will have around 6 minutes in all to be able to talk about this issue. In this group of panelists, I would like to very quickly introduce everyone. We have the rector of the University of Chile, Enio Vivalde, and he is also accompanied by Carlos Sastre, Director for Innovation of the University of Chile. And we also have Genaro Rodriguez, who is Vice Minister for Science and Technology of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Dominican Republic. Arturo Reyes Sandoval, who is a General Director of the National Polytechnical Institute of Mexico, Rolando Perez, who is a Director for Science and Innovation of BioCuba Pharma of Cuba, Clara Ocampo, who is the Director of the Generation of Knowledge of the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation of Colombia, Graciela Sitia, who is the Director of Innovation and Technological Development of the Ensud Group of Argentina, and Marcos Aurelio Krieger, who is Vice President for Production and Innovation in Health of the Foundation Osvaldo Cruz of Brazil. As you can see, we have a very interesting group that will be able to share with us the vision of the world of academia and also from the area of science and technology, the viewpoint of universities, as I said, the perspective of the public sector, and also the perspective of the entrepreneurial world. I hope that we will be able to hold a very interesting discussion. We have limited time. There are many of us involved in this discussion, and therefore I would like to say that if you overrun your time, I will have to stop you so that we can hold a discussion among us all. Without further ado, we will begin with a presentation by Ricardo Palacios, which is entitled Public Health Emergency Science as a Strategy for National and Regional Security. And as I said, this is an introductory presentation that will provide us with the framework for the discussion that we will hold after that. Thank you very much, Nicolo. I thank our colleagues from ECLAC and the organizers of this event. I will begin this discussion with this presentation. And I would like to begin with this image. This image is an image from a city in Indonesia, and it could be from other places in Latin America, of course. This is right on the edge of forests, and it begins to have a mining activity. Mining activities, of course, attract a lot of people, and they start to invade the jungle areas. They are exposed to wild animals. They are infected with infections that are new for them. And that is what happens. And why am I mentioning this? Well, because this is practically the history of all these new diseases that are emerging or re-emerging. And therefore, we could say the same for HIV. We could say the same for the Zika virus and the same for this coronavirus epidemic. And therefore, this history is a history that is developing, and probably the next pandemic, the next great public health emergency is probably present in some of our tropical forests in the world, and possibly even in our region of Latin America. And this means that I want to call the attention to the fact that to the extent that we have this ecological imbalance, we will have to face these new emergencies with greater frequency. And unfortunately, what happens in any place in the world will obviously impact us all. If you look at this slide, it shows how the world is interconnected, how urban areas are also um, um, linked with highways that are represented in green, and there are people moving around the world, and this means that the things that seem to be at that face no problems are now beginning to move. And here, I would like to talk about Zika, which is an infection that used to take place, and that was in imbalance in an ecosystem in Africa. When it began to when that infection began to break through the barrier of species, we began to find an imbalance. And this began in French Polynesia, but it is in Latin America where we suffer the consequence of that infection with greater strength. And when we think about where French Polynesia is and where Latin America is, we see how the world is completely interconnected, and it is interconnected in terms and that means that we will all face the next emergency. It's impossible to say that what happens in one place will not impact us all, and therefore the Omicron variant that was originally discovered in a sample in Botswana is impacting all our countries. And therefore, we must understand that this interconnected world is strongly associated to the way in which these emergencies will emerge and re-emerge, and the consequences um, of this pandemic. You can see this image that was viewed all over the world. This is a cemetery, a view of the cemetery in the city of Manaus in Brazil. And this image dates back to last year. Devastating images in terms of the loss of life, the collapse of health systems, and the collapse of a region and of a country. And it is not only this, because despite the fact despite the fact that mortality and disease have dropped as a result of vaccination, we still have many people that will be left with the sequels of this epidemic. And many people are suffering those consequences. And many scientific groups are working to understand those sequels and what we call the post-COVID conditions. And therefore, that highlights the fact that the effects of a pandemic, of a public health emergency, not only occurs during or when the emergency is active, but it is something that and its effects are long-term. Zika, for example, in terms of that infection, we have children that face many important disabilities that strongly impact their families and the economic sustenance of their families, and they certainly require significant support. And if we go to other conditions, for example, uh, we find people that are disabled and that spend long periods of time without being able to work. And in terms of COVID, uh, uh, ECLAC and PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, as from last year, July of last year, warned us that there is a strong interaction between health and the economy, and that we need to work on both aspects. So we need to be healthy so that we can also have a healthy economy, so that we can um, resume with our development. And therefore, the effects of this public health emergency are not only limited to the enormous suffering in terms of mortality, in terms of the sequels of people that suffer this and also in terms of the loss of human lives. But when the economy is impacted by these public health service emergencies, poverty increases, the number of people living in misery increases, and there is a loss that sometimes takes more than one generation to recover from. And therefore, this understanding is very important in the sense that public health problems go far beyond health itself. And unfortunately, this understanding in our region is still very limited. And I would like to give you an example because I clearly remember the first time I heard of the chikungunya and there was an understanding that was the understanding that the scientific world had at the beginning of the 21st century, in the sense that we would face the epidemics of chikungunya because Latin America and the Caribbean had all the conditions present to face this epidemic. But unfortunately, what we find is that there was no preparation. And when that disease reached the Caribbean in September 2013, and subsequently in 2014 it was spread to the whole region. And when the situation became absolutely dramatic, and we found whole cities absolutely paralyzed as a result of the large amount of cases, these regions still suffer, with many people that face the sequels of this. And when we found inaction, it's not that we didn't know that this was going to happen. We knew that this was going to happen, especially when we faced the main epidemic in the Indian Ocean, which in the French territory. And so we knew what was going to happen in Latin America, but we did nothing. And in terms of preparation, we also dealt with other diseases.
And so we see influences, as we saw now with COVID. Preparation in the region is essential. And this is something that we must begin to change, because these epidemics, as we can see, are becoming each time more frequent. And one of the things that I learned is on how other countries prepare and how this is considered a situation of national security. And that was when I had contact in working with the influenza. And as you see, this is a document issued by the Homeland Security Council of the USA. It is not a document of the Health Department or of diseases, but of the National Security Council. And this existed because I was at a meeting on influenza organized by WHO, and we saw US colleagues interacting and even supporting people in countries that normally they politically have difficulties with, such as Iran. And there was no impediment in working with Iran and being able to face a possible influenza epidemic, because for the US, this was an issue of homeland security, and a pandemic has no national border limits. Geopolitics is not understood by viruses or microorganisms that can cause a pandemic. So this is something that is very clear in countries such as the US, and that in our region, we need to move ahead with. And so here, part of the issue that we have is that science, as a rule, is not considered as a priority within society and in political echelons. And so this here is a brochure, a short presentation, speaking of some of the things to be done. And it is time that us that work in this area, science and technology, may leave our ivory towers and begin to see how can we influence policy for this to be done permanently. Begin talking to society, talking to various instances. And so there are various groups, political pressure groups, private sectors, civilian organizations, military, various people that we must begin taking this message to clearly, explicitly. It is a path to reach this point that we need to be at. Leave our laboratories, leave our areas where we are perhaps more comfortable, and begin to put science up as a priority. And this is essential for society. Precisely, it is at this time that we are going through a pandemic. We are in the midst of this great need. It is necessary that the scientific society should begin these processes. And thinking about some of the things that we could consider, I've listed some things here. Not only human resources, We have places for training human resources, although with limitations, but basically we have difficulties in having competitive jobs to retain these talents. We also have difficulty in working with intellectual property in a way so that we can reach agreements that are beneficial for everyone. And sometimes we build infrastructure and we have far more difficulties in maintaining them. And it happens that if that infrastructure that we build with so much effort, if we do not maintain it, it will no longer be functional. In science, one of the competitive issues that we have in the region in comparison to other regions of the world is the difficulty to bring in reagents, materials, equipment, and here we have limited resources, budgets, and entry is difficult, a lot of red tape, and it's difficult to respond speedily. And so what we need is that other scientists may make perhaps discoveries and solutions and that then we need to buy, paying a high price for. And the other difficulty is that budgets, when there is talk of cutbacks, despite science and technology in comparison to national budgets in the region is relatively small. Nevertheless, it is an area that matters to no one. And so therefore, it is one of the first areas that is cut back when it is necessary to have some sort of a fiscal adjustment. But so we need to be immune to those cutbacks and ensure budgets in the long term because science needs this in the long term. And finally, areas of intersectoral agreements. We must start thinking no longer of agreements among countries or just one region, but also agreements with private sectors, NGOs, multinational industries, so as to have access to knowledge preferentially, have access to shared development. And, and so these are some of the ideas that I had here just for you to see that for some time now and in the midst of the pandemic last year, we were thinking, so what will be the role of science in this? And allow me to end with this phrase to say that after this pandemic is controlled, countries have to decide whether science should be a strong actor of society as part of the preparedness and prevention of upcoming emergencies, or just wait to the next one and react with weakened forces, as has happened so far. Science is not only one of the most powerful drivers of economic strength, but also is one of the finest manifestations of humanity, the relation of each country, and I would say each region, with science might define which region or country will have a better chance to face the future. And with this, I end as in my introductory remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Very interesting presentation and this approach to these topics in terms of national or homeland security. Now, I left with this last message that science as a tool to react upfront. So, because we reacted to this pandemic, we've done significant things, but it usually happens that we just stay put. And this is something that has not already occurred, but could occur again. And so we need to support science as a tool with which to react upfront. Now, after this presentation, we are now going to recognize our panelists so that they may react to what Ricardo has said or also have a conversation. In order to motivate this conversation, hopefully aiming towards the lessons or learnings we could put on the table to create this resilience or health resilience in the region is that we have questions for each of you. We will begin right, sorry, the order is random as it appears in the agenda. And so we will be going from institutional topics to academic topics, business topics, global issues, more specific issues. But all of this is part of the wealth of our conversation. Will begin by recognizing Ennio Vivaldi, who is the rector of the University of Chile. Ennio, if you could please turn on your camera and microphone. Thank you. We wanted to begin with a question that could be very specific, but does have an interesting wealth. Chile is carrying out a project to develop and produce vaccines in a country that somehow has lost that historical capacity it used to have. So it is interesting, this process, and it would be interesting if you could share with us what has been the lessons learned regarding this very process. Very well, thank you, and affectionate greetings to everyone. Thank you, Nicolo, and thank you, Ricardo, for that presentation. Now, quite frankly, I believe that the pandemic has put on the table a discussion that is somehow hidden. I believe the most important thing today is to make things transparent. Chile, as you said, used to produce vaccines and then stopped. Why? Well, because I believe that behind that there is a logic that is not made explicit, and that is that it makes no sense for the countries of our region to invest in science and technology. And I think it would be very good for it to be said very openly that some people do believe that, and that people, there's no reason to consider them evil or ill-intentioned. No, because it is possible to understand that logic, the rationale. Science and technology, there are countries that have the forefront, and these are countries that are very efficient. They have the facilities, the infrastructure, they will do it all right. And we will be mere purchasers of science and technology. That is never made explicit, but I would like to say it very clearly. There are people who say that science and technology is not that it's not a priority, because here too it was said that it was a priority. The thing is that it's not desired. There are people who think that Latin America should not invest in science and technology, that when it needs it, it can buy it, and should invest what is appropriate. And that rationale, it could be tracked back to the origins of an economic thought that says that what sense is there if I'm a physician that I should spend an hour a day baking bread if I can go out and buy it? So why should I make it myself? That is an idea that should be made explicit and discussed, because based on that in Chile, it said, well, it's much cheaper to buy the vaccine from others and produce it ourselves. That's why we stopped making vaccines. But there is the issue is much deeper than that. And I think it's very important to see how policy refuses to use academia. And this is quite impressive, because especially today, when there's been such development, and with the pandemic, it has been made so explicit, these concepts of modeling and the concepts of anticipating what each measure will represent in terms of consequences. That is extremely relevant, not only for the political authorities that needs to make the decision, but also for the political authority that needs to communicate that decision. And so this brings it to a level of rationale. We've seen whether the borders are open to shut or whatever, because mathematical simulations that we've done through modeling show that the consequences would be this or that. And that is another very interesting point, a cross-section between science and technology. I think that that of the ivory tower is propaganda. The University of Chile it's never had an ivory tower. And in general, the Latin American universities are very much rooted in issues. In the case of Chile, I don't have time to get into that here, but I can say that public education in the University of Chile, the health is done at the University of Chile, the female vote was gained at the University of Chile. last year also has a symphonic orchestra, and well, these are universities very much rooted in the needs of the country. What we do not have is an ivory tower. So it's really an issue of policy whether you want to include that or not. And I think that in Chile, this is a recent achievement, the eradication of child poverty by Fernando Mungenberg on nutrition. And so these are universities that have always been there at the forefront. So what we would like to set up is this new vaccine production center. Among other things, we have important investment with through the EU. We have advanced conversations with an Italian laboratory. And what we would like is for this to be part of a major complex, which is the Karen project, an academic project that intends to precisely, once again, strengthen, vigor this partnership between the public university, between the government of Chile, and between the Chilean private sector and international agencies. And this is the context that is most attractive to us in this project. And of course, in that project, there are also things ongoing, food technology and others, but also we're very, very interested in the vaccine center because we believe that this will be most emblematic.
I don't know how much time I still have, but if you want me to very quickly mention some aspects that for me are tremendously important. Um, we don't need to make the role of scientific research in our countries trivial, because even if our countries did not meet its responsibilities. In the case of Chile, for example, has tremendous advantages in astronomy, for example, just to mention a single example, and Patagonia in terms of sustainability and so on. But each country has to take on board the responsibility that they have within this context. But even granting that researchers in Latin America will not make a major contribution, which is definitely not true. But even so, it is different for us to be at least sitting around the same table of contemporary science. So, for example, in order to obtain vaccines, what was fundamental was a relationship that Chilean academics had with people close to vaccination centers. And that, I believe, uh, is something that has to be fully understood. You cannot consider yourself a passive consumer that simply is shown things that are manufactured elsewhere. They have to be present, they have to be there, and therefore the role that has to be played by universities and science in terms of being in the world, in terms of being in contact, in terms of being at the frontier of knowledge is absolutely fundamental. And I would like to end with something that I believe is the most important aspect that we have to learn. There has to be rationality in terms of decision making. And for me, the best quote of during the pandemic was by a Spanish scientist who said, "Well, ask Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo to now resolve the issue of pandemic." And that was the best quote because it makes us reflect about two things. First of all, what are the priorities that emerge spontaneously if we want profiteering to be what guides investments and so on? I don't know how far we're going to not pay sufficient attention to important things such as scientific research. And the other thing that this emphasizes is that we either establish a coordination and work together, or nobody will be able to save itself. Because to think that a country on its own will resolve issues such as climate change, sustainability, or the new problems that are emerging, such as this pandemic, is today something that no one could say is possible. And therefore, we have to generate a rationality, a minimum level of coordination. And for that purpose, we have to work together in order to resolve these major problems that emerge and that are tremendously novel. I would like to talk about transdiscipline and other issues, but I'll leave that for another discussion, because that's another aspect that we believe is crucial today and which is reinforced by the pandemic. Thank you, Ennio. Right on time. I would like to change the order and now offer the floor to Arturo Reyes so that he could supplement the view of us from universities. Arturo Reyes is the General Director of the National Polytechnical Institute of Mexico. And in previous discussions, he has always mentioned a perspective as from the importance and of and the training of technicians and professionals in this sphere, in the sphere of the health industry. And therefore, I would like to ask you about a specific perspective on training. What are your ideas? What is your viewpoint in terms of what is needed at a Latin American level, what we need to change at a Latin American level in this sense? Thank you very much, everyone, and I thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure, Nicola, to be sharing this discussion with Ricardo Palacios, with Ennio Vivaldi, and so on. I fully agree with all the points that have been mentioned by both Ricardo and Ennio. I believe that there will be many coincidences in terms of what we're discussing here. I would first of all like to begin by saying that this pandemic has shown us truly for what we are as countries, because it has evidenced the problems and the achievements that countries experience in order to resolve major problems. And this has been done through investment in science, and therefore it has placed us in front of a mirror and has enabled us to determine which countries truly invest in science and how that investment has uh, delivered the results in order to resolve this issue a little bit better. And I say a little bit better because nothing is perfect. There are those countries in Europe, for example, or the US that invest not only in terms of the training of human resources, but they also invest enormously in basic sciences, in applied sciences, in the training of industries, or the creation of industries that at the end of the day has meant that vaccines are now being able to be sold and distributed. Uh, However, we find a major issues in those problems, and that has also shown what they are when it comes to um, tackling this pandemic. And I refer to countries that, curiously enough, have everything in order to be vaccinated, that produce vaccines. So their citizens don't want to be vaccinated, and therefore they have reached a top level, and that's how far they have gone. And therefore, there are a whole series of issues that means that we have to look at ourselves as countries and understand what our issues are to be able to resolve them. We have a unique opportunity to evidence those issues and attack them. As Ennio well said, we are at the present in a critical moment in each country and now as a region as a whole, and we have to decide whether we're going to invest in science or whether we're going to end up by purchasing developments of other countries. So Ennio and Ricardo said this very clearly. Often we produce certain things, we we always end up by buying developments from other countries. And this is like exporting oil and importing um, gasoline for or gas for the vehicles, petrol for the vehicles, and therefore we must consider science as a priority, and that is not easy for two reasons. It takes time, first of all, to have results. These vaccines that now have very promising results, such as the RNA vaccines, are the result of 20 years of development, which has meant a tremendous investment in terms of in science and in human resources. It's expensive to invest in science, and the developments are not as tangible in the short term. And as countries, we normally want to invest in things that will where the results will be achieved in the short term so that we can feel good about that. Now, talking about the training of human resources, and this was mentioned by Nicolo, Ennio said that it is important as universities to invest in this. And I think that they are in the right direction in terms of having a center for the production of vaccines, a center that incorporates corporations that exist, for example, in Italy. I imagine he refers to Ocayos and the companies that they have created, and to have them in our own country so that they can help us to have that part related to development so that we can produce a vaccine. And also in our case, in the National Polytechnical Institute, what we have done is that when I received a similar proposal in terms of in order to develop this in these places, I would like to share an idea with Ricardo Palacios, and we said that human resources are tremendously important, because once we have those companies, once we have those centers, who is going to manage them? Who is going to produce the vaccines? Who is going to conduct early developments? Who will be in charge of regulatory issues, of intellectual property, of the production of vaccines for human use, and also of the clinical trials? All that requires a tremendous set of skills and a large investment in human capital. We need people that in terms of vaccines, that this can of course be transferred to other areas of science, people that are capable of incorporating or of forming part or of joining each one of these stages that are sometimes not linear in nature but very complex. We need to train people who know how to work with vaccines for human use. Or we also need people that know how to apply those vaccines and to develop and undertake clinical trials. All that is very complex. And even in Europe, they're sometimes looking at countries such as India, because that is where they find the experts. The human resources are being trained there. And therefore, my challenge to Mexico when we think about recreating these entities that produce and develop vaccines, I always say to them, we have to develop human resources. And therefore, our proposal for some months now has been to create a postgraduate course in vaccine sciences, in the development of vaccines that incorporates the elements that we are referring to, both basic research, early developments, clinical trials, vaccine manufacturing for human or veterinary use, intellectual property, and also the regulatory aspects that are very complex. And so we're incorporating all these elements in a PhD course on vaccine sciences so that we can train those human resources. And we believe that that is very relevant because if we analyzing our own institute, we have an area devoted to analyzing at a world level uh, what already exists in this sense. And what we find is that there is no vaccine sciences program as such in the world, a formal course. So there are diploma courses, specialization courses, postgraduate courses on that deal with vaccines, but there is no postgraduate on vaccine sciences as such. And therefore, we believe that this could be the first postgraduate course at a world level. And we want to do this in an international fashion. And this forum is tremendously important because I want this idea to be shared with other universities, such as the University of Chile or the Butantan Institute or the Osvaldo Cruz Institute. I visited the University of Oxford, where they developed the adenovirus vaccine, which was finally used as the AstraZeneca vaccine. So I have those contacts. I also have contacts with people in Italy. I know them. And the people from India likewise. So it's important for me to share this idea with you so that I can try to receive the support and so that we can support each other and the interest. And therefore, that was my interest of sharing this idea with other universities, with other institutions, so that we can, in this sense, train our human resources in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean, train the technicians so that in the future will populate important centers such as the ones that are being created by the University of Chile with the leadership of Ennio Vivaldi. So that is what we're betting on, in addition to being able to contribute as the National Polytechnical Institute of Mexico, because we have a strong interaction with the federal government, and therefore we're also developing a national center for the development of vaccines, because the infrastructure that is required is also expensive and important and must be and it must be maintained between pandemics, and it is an expensive. It's expensive to maintain that. So we're aligned with what the University of Chile has said to us, and that is what I wanted to share with you in this part. Thank you very much, Arturo. We face a major challenge, as you will say. I would now like to offer the floor to Rolando Perez. Are you there, Rolando? We can see you, but your mic is muted. Can you hear me now? Rolando is a Director of Science and Innovation of BioCuba Pharma, which is a major Cuban conglomerate involving more than 30 companies and corporations in the area of technology. And Cuba is the only Latin American country that has developed their own vaccines, and they're in phase 3 with at least 3 of these vaccines, and they have presently already applied more than many millions of vaccines, and it is one of the countries that has vaccinated the largest percentage of its population. So, Rolando, this is quite a general question, basically. What are the factors that explain these achievements? And also, what do you believe from these factors could be replicated in Latin America?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to this seminar. I'm finding it very interesting, everything that is being discussed, and also very relevant and important for our countries. As you well said, Cuba has 3 vaccines that have been authorized for emergency use by the Cuban authority and has begun with phase 3 processes. And there are another 2 that are currently under development. But I believe that the factors that have determined this outcome includes first that Cuba made a major investment in biotechnology since the 80s, particularly vaccines. Over the years, when we have developed more than 11 different vaccines using different technology, the teaching is that investment in science and innovation creates the ability to respond in emergencies. It is determinant for the technological sovereignty of our countries. But I would like to insist, this result is not only on account of our industrial capacity or the industry's capacity for science and innovation, but also because we have a health system that has devised a national immunization program and that the level of primary health care is essential. And this has allowed an ample coverage and access for the entire population. Cuba also has a very strong national regulatory agency that plays a fundamental role in this program, and that it works with PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization. We have a vaccine program, industrial capacity for recombinant proteins in mammal cells, conjugated vaccines, immunopotentials, and others. But also there is capacity and experience in developing or carrying out clinical trials at population level within the primary healthcare system. And the regulatory agency issued special provisions regarding the clinical trials and the authorized emergency use, among others. Now, what other factors explain the outcomes? I believe that also proactive and conscious participation by the population has been a factor of success. This, with our phase 3 clinical trials, have been carried out in a relatively short time, as well as a immunization program with a high level of daily vaccination. And of course, this is supplemented with education for health and social communication, something that was already mentioned by a previous speaker. So once again, we need to see this comprehensively what the system is like, not just see the industry or the health system or the regulatory agency separately. The issue, the education, health communications regarding all of this is very relevant in this sort of situation. I would say that the other thing which has been relevant is innovation. So during the pandemic, you need to have the capacity to innovate. So we created an innovation committee to address the pandemic, and that involved the Ministry of Health, scientific organizations, the industry, and the National Regulatory Agency. The Innovation Committee was characterized by, well, its institutional character is a consultative body that links the industry with scientific and health organizations. The National Regulatory Agency takes part, it combines authorities, scientists, researchers, and others, and reaches consensus with regard to the projects, drafts proposals for health interventions, and assesses the impact of the research projects and has systematically worked. And I must add that this committee has reported weekly to the high authorities in the country. There have been weekly meetings of experts and scientists with the President of the Republic, and which we believe has been something that has greatly facilitated direct communication by scientists with the government. Now, you asked about the other countries of the region. I think that in the short term, the ability to share vaccines should be a priority, because this allows us to speed up the availability of the use of the vaccines, and have in cooperation among the various nations in the region. In the midterm, I believe that investing in the ability to research and also produce active pharmaceutical products, and also invest in R&D for us to determine new candidates to be developed. I believe this effort could be done based on collaboration networks that would supplement knowing how to do things, complement technologies and actions by countries. We need a regulatory harmonization among national agencies that, and although they follow international recommendations, they have total regional sovereignty. So we do not believe that regulation on its own may not apply to international pharmaceutical laboratories. We need to have, nor can we rely on what they say. We must have our own agencies to verify all of this. And so we need national programs for vaccination and create the capacity to do clinical trials at the primary healthcare level in order to develop new candidates, new vaccine candidates. And lastly, I believe it is also relevant that we should innovate in the science and innovation management systems to achieve health sovereignty with integration among scientific organizations, the industry, and the health system. We need a multidisciplinary model, as another panelist mentioned, also interinstitutional, to foster direct dialogue with the highest government authorities. Thank you. And those are the comments that I had in response to your question. Well, thank you very much, Rolando. I'd like to highlight a couple of things that you said. One, the systemic nature of the challenge. Not only enterprises, institutions, but relations with the primary healthcare system, regulatory agencies, government strategies, and so on. And also, the other challenge is a response to current situations, but also that this is historical. And so this depends on investments made, well, now on the past, and now we should consider investments in order to preview the future. And now the public sector, we have two representatives from STI policy in the public sector. We see that the Vice Minister of the Dominican Republic is connected, Mr. Genaro Rodriguez, who is the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology of the Dominican Republic. The floor is yours. Good morning. How are you? Yes, good morning, everyone, and especially the organizers of this very relevant activity that somehow affects everyone who in this part of the world and committed to driving science and technology in our countries. So we greet this third meeting of the Conference on Science, Innovation, and Information and Communication Technologies and the communications by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. And so we would like to propose a level of conceptualization on the topic that brings us here today. Fundamentally, have your agreement to begin discussing this. In this order, we would like to highlight that by health sovereignty, we understand the ability of sovereign states to determine policies, to take the necessary steps so as not to depend on issues regarding health. So the collaboration amongst states should not be to the detriment of their sovereignty. And so as a starting point, it is necessary to determine this. And that is why it is important to bear in mind that health issues may be linked or lead to political, economic crises, and also food crises, educational and environmental crises. The current health crisis is proof of this. And that is why it is necessary to address relevant aspects that take into account the concept of single health, to address this considering the technologies implying its bounties from a systemic approach. In this order, having said this, it is important to identify the patterns and processes that affect these policies. And so, the legal aspects. In the case of the Dominican Republic, we have the General Health Act 4201 of 2001, and also the other creating the Dominican Social Security System, an act that in the Dominican Republic carries the number 8701. Both are of 2001. And we also have an act on risk management, which contains the system for prevention, mitigation, and response. And also we have a system for compiling information and processing the knowledge created with information. Also in the Dominican Republic, we have another regulatory instrument, the International Health Regulation, that we take very much into account in designing our Dominican policies. In this sense, the Ministry of Health in the Dominican Republic, together with the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, did an assessment in 2019 that allowed them to regulate and identify the international health regulations, and this regulation had been adopted in 2005 in the Dominican Republic. Now, when we wanted to move quickly toward that, the role of science and technology and innovation in order to address current and future challenges facing the health industry system in search of health sovereignty for the region. And in this case, it is important to highlight that the Dominican Republic, same as the rest of the world, saw itself suddenly involved in a health issue that stopped the world without anyone having any prior notice and without any way of practicing this upfront. We did not suspect that such a situation of this magnitude could occur affecting health. The magnitude was such. The Spanish influenza pandemic in 1918, and it was considered to have killed about 50 million people infected worldwide, although other more reduced figures were also considered 20 or 30 million. In this sense, what we would like to point out is that we entered a totally unexpected situation, and this for which we were not prepared to respond. And since the event in 1918 and the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, practically a century has gone by, and there were other pandemics that warned us, the scientific and health community around the world, without reaching the characteristics of this pandemic.
Despite science and technology is potentially much more advanced than in 1918. Along these same lines, in June 2020, there was enormous uncertainty, many questions about COVID-19, the treatment and the study of new viruses, that led to expectations about the production of a vaccine and who would be the first to have that vaccine in production. Many scientific journals, all of them well-known, Science, Nature, and PNS were active in terms of the publication of results. In addition to that, which was related to the different policies that led to solutions to the health crisis. The week of the 22nd to the 28th of June 2020, the pandemic in the world was reporting in those types of indicators. Now, what is the fundamental problem? What is the fundamental problem from the perspective of the Dominican Republic? How prepared were we as a country in order to face up to a crisis of that magnitude? The same crisis went far beyond the health aspects, given the fact that the measures taken by each country had repercussions on the health system, the economy, education, the environment, and also the food security. Faced with this outlook, the country acted in order to overcome the crisis so that we could minimize its impacts upon the population. In consequence, as from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Dominican Republic, we scheduled various events that highlighted the capabilities in terms of human resources, infrastructure, research, and hospital infrastructure, laboratories, diagnosis laboratories, diversity in the environment, educational and economic and also dealing with the issue of food security. And in this effort, international collaboration was deemed to be critical. It is undoubtedly at that moment, each national state had to articulate the responses available to them with scarce presence or with a significant and important absence of international collaboration at that time. Now, some of the events that we organized in the Dominican Republic in order to cater and face up to this issue, we can highlight the research projects based primarily on technology and with low costs. So we also held researchers symposiums, and we developed scientific responses in times of crisis. And articulating this issue or coordinating this issue with all issues related to health, education, food security, the environment, and obviously the economy, because of the economic impacts that this creates when one is faced with this pandemic. In this period, the Dominican Republic also held the 16th International Congress on Scientific Research, CIC as we call it, and that was held in June 2021. And also on that same date, we held the 13th seminar on scientific research and technological innovation that focused undoubtedly on the issue of COVID-19 and the responses that we were able to come up with at that moment. Vice Minister, you have 1 minute left. I was saying that in addition to all this, we also held a whole set of additional meetings, both regional meetings and international meetings, within the framework of CICT and so on, with ECLAC. But basically, what was it that we learned as Dominicans from this? Well, all this leaves us with the lesson that first of all, we need human resources and technicians, and with the highest academic level, in order to undertake research in different fields that have an impact upon health. Two, the research infrastructure in science and technology. We know that we have to consider that. And thirdly, we are also forced to improve the relationship between the sector that produces knowledge with the sector that produces goods and services, so that the production of knowledge can be much more dynamic and which can be transferred to hospitals and industries, and that also are linked to incentive policies for the investments that are needed for the health sovereignty of the Dominican Republic. And finally, in the fourth place, we understand that health sovereignty is not only achieved by paying attention to issues related to hospitals. We must also pay attention to health technologies, biotechnologies, food security, biodiversity, genetic resources, education, the economic issue, research, and in all areas of knowledge. We want to conclude there, despite the fact that we have mentioned two other points, such as highlighting as the issues that we must focus on as health higher education institutions. And we must incorporate issues such as mathematics and new areas of artificial intelligence. We must learn about machines and data sciences. And finally, we must also generate technology in education and scientific innovation and the protection of biodiversity. In dealing with food security and food sovereignty, which are all vital in the establishment of food security. Ladies and gentlemen, we thus conclude our participation. Thank you, Vice Minister, for sharing the vision of the Dominican Republic. I will now very quickly offer the floor to Clara Ocampo, who is also from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Colombia. She is the director of knowledge generation at that ministry. Regret, unfortunately, I will ask a panelist, the next panelist, to be on time because we have a panel discussion after that, and we don't want to delay that. So, Clara, please. A special greeting to Nicolo and to all participants. Thank you very much for the invitation. As from the Ministry of Science, we had to face this pandemic when we were just becoming a ministry. And so this was not easy. However, we um, developed different strategies that have left us with many lessons. As was adequately mentioned by Ricardo Palacios, we faced several epidemics, none of them as lethal as this one, but they all warned us of the present situation of the possibility of facing new viruses. Colombia has strengthened its capabilities in terms of human resources and research in the different areas of knowledge, and therefore, when the pandemic began, the different ministries and institutes met in order to identify what it was that we needed from research. Of course, the dependence on reagents was very high. The dependence on protection systems, on epidemiological information, and so on. And therefore, we very quickly launched or issued uh, a summons. And what was interesting about that summons is that we received more than 500 proposals in 3 days, and we were only able to finance 26 of those proposals. But that evidences the capability to respond in our country. And based on that, we conducted very interesting research. However, very few have been able to reach the production stage. And this has meant that what we need is to have sustainable research and progress in order to achieve important results. But many other interesting things happened. Faced with this epidemic, the national system and its national laboratories lacked the capability to conduct the surveillance, the diagnostic surveillance that had been centralized in our country historically. And so very quickly, universities with these capabilities started to participate in this process. And thus we launched a summons to strengthen laboratories. And that means that at present in our country, 97 laboratories were strengthened in terms of molecular biology and are thus able to conduct diagnosis. And these laboratories working as a network and headed by the National Institute of Health and the Ministry of Health. Now, this is it's important to mention this because in addition, we also generated the capabilities for sequentiation and we achieved something that we did not have beforehand, collaborative networks responding to a national need. We also did other things in terms of obtaining knowledge so that we could have reagents, kits, and we also uh, uh, issued a different summons because everyone was very excited with the knowledge that we had achieved, and so that both corporations and universities could join this. And despite the fact that we had some success, this summons was not very fruitful. And this reveals that there is still weakness in the coordination between research and corporations, especially in our territories, so that we can move on to the production stage or move from this OTO 6 stage to OTO 9 stage, which could lead to actually trading. There is fear in terms of the purchase of those products, of the major investment, and fear of all the steps of that productive chain. These are all aspects that we must strengthen. We also tried to identify strategies to generate vaccine production capabilities. And we uh, also called for bids, but nobody participated because of the new technologies and so on. But this also evidences that we still have to mm, generate capabilities for this. This implies a roadmap in order to create these capabilities in our country. We also faced issues related to intellectual property. It's not easy to create a vaccine. All our vaccines already have patents, and therefore, for one of our countries to start to produce vaccines, they must create knowledge as from zero, and therefore this is a long-winded type of work, and which also has to be sustainable over time. Now, in among our senators, there was also a proposal to invest in a single research center in order to satisfy almost all these needs. We have made progress with very interesting dialogues about the investment by our country in a research center that encompasses practically everything. And one of the main limitations is intellectual poverty, the sustainability of a laboratory of this nature. In which direction are we heading? What is the investment that we require? What is it that we are going to actually do? All these things have been discussed in our country in a very interesting fashion. And that points the direction in which that we have to follow. Now, we have opened up many dialogues with the ministry. We have visited many countries, and what we have identified is that the whole infrastructure works in order to promote that development from basic research to the actual production. And that is something that we lack in our country, that a new idea uh, receives financing for its development, is supported by companies, taxation, exemptions. All these are things that we have at a very, very low level in our country. And that is not still an incentive for this type of production. Therefore, we have to work extensively with regulations, and not only in creating these our human resource capabilities, but also we have to work with our whole productive chain. And that is something that we have to understand. That what we have, also have to understand is regulations. Our regulatory systems are too rigid, and therefore this hinders research and prevents research from achieving the quality levels that are demanded for production. And therefore, we have to understand how to make headway. And in this sense, we are working hand in hand with the regulatory system so that from a ministry such as the Ministry of Science, that may have from the very onset all the regulations and the requirements that are needed, but that also involves another consequence, the cost of research. And therefore, if we want quality research, we must have the capability to finance this. One thing is to finance a development in a laboratory with the level of qualities that is required, and that also needs certifications. We need to free up the patent process and reach a productive process, and subsequently the evaluation with clinical trials. We have a lot of experience in our country with clinical trials, but these are small clinical trials. The trial for a vaccine is massive, and therefore all these things is things that we have analyzed, and we have begun to generate roadmaps for our work. The Ministry of Health and the government are generating strategies, and one of them, of course, is to analyze this in Colombia. After that, the transfer of capabilities and also research.
And so right now we're working on those roadmaps. We are thinking of working in cloisters because in the country we do have capacities that we need to strengthen. It's not that we need just one research center, but strengthen interaction among everyone. So right now we're working on that, identifying our capacities, strengthening them, and creating an investment pathway. But of course, the country would like to once again have the capacity to produce vaccines. Vaccines today are very different, and we're at that point now. We will bring some in quickly, but how can we create the long-term capacity to have our own? Thank you. Thank you, Clara, for sharing the view of the Ministry of Science in Colombia. And also speaking of the technological infrastructure, which is where you placed great attention. I now would like to hand over to Graciela Chicha, Director of Innovation and Technological Development of the INSUD Group in Argentina. And I would like to return to a comment made by Clara, calls to enterprises to take part, but that you had to declare the bid void because they were unable to do it. And so based on your experience in the business field, how do you see the technological capacities, the productive capacities of the enterprises? And within the group that you are, Max Science of Argentina took part in this highly publicized consortium with Dumont in Mexico to produce the AstraZeneca vaccine. Could you comment on some of the lessons learned based on that experience? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to have this regional approach. I would like to say that we had the board of CONICET in Argentina, and so my approach is always comprehensive, public as well as private. And here we hear a lot of the interactions and dichotomies between the two sectors, but I am a living example and a great fighter for integration of both worlds, public and private. I believe that the pandemic last year was a changing point in terms of how society perceived the relevance of science and technology. We were always convinced that this is important, but now we must make the most of this opportunity. And I return to Ricardo's comment at the start. How can we ensure that this is seen by the entire world and not just a few? And with the pandemic, as to capacities, the situation in Argentina is quite privileged, if you like, in terms of its capacities. Specialized human resources in the area of biotechnology, regulatory framework. We also have regular authorities that are highly trained in adopting these biological products, and also a regulatory framework for promoting investments. I heard also, well, we also have a law for the approval of technology and another one on knowledge. We have a development agency. We must think it is in the purview of the Ministry of Science. And above all, what we have is an industry. In Argentina, we have a biotechnology industry for more than 30 years. And in 10 years back, we created the Argentine Biotechnology Chamber with 10 members. And last year, during the pandemic, we created the Argentine Chamber for startup, and we have 60 partners, enterprises with a scientific technological basis. And this is something new in the country. And it's very interesting to mention it and bring it to the conversation among scientists that took the step to create their own businesses with business or entrepreneurial projects. And so in terms of what you were asking, and the privilege that we've had of being able to manufacture the AstraZeneca vaccine here and having these private consortiums, I think that the selection of Maxire, as happened in Veracruz in Brazil, this is because these were companies that had already been trained. Maxire, in February 2020, we had opened a new plant for the production of monoclonal bodies. And so that plant is state of the art. It has the full equipment, human resources, and the regulatory aspects. What I've heard from the conversations, this of training people so that they know how to produce, that they have an idea how to do this. this needs to be connected to others. There's tremendous wealth in the scientific industry, and the times are different in terms of production. They're always under pressure. And in this open innovation system, rescue what the scientists know. There could be more and related to innovation and producing it, and what the other technologists have, those who cross borders and who know of regulation and trading and producing under certain regulations. And I think that the virtuous aspect here is precisely the connectivity. We were lucky to be able to manufacture the active principle of the AstraZeneca vaccine. And if this was not our decision, it was AstraZeneca's, but if in Argentina, there are other places in Argentina that could have packaged it. The Richmond laboratory that also has a Russian vaccine technology transfer. And most relevant is that all of this has shown, as we already saw in 2009, with the flu epidemic, how relevant it was to have the productive infrastructure. And then in 2009, the Argentina built the synergies to have technological transfer from Innovar. And the people say, right, well, but you don't do original vaccines. Well, being adopting technology, being able to produce in your country, producing a vaccine already made by a developed country, it means that today you can adopt national developments as well. There are at least 4 that are undergoing preclinical trials. There's participation with a consortium, though you have researchers on the Leloir Institute and others, and being able to form an interministerial panel. So you have the Ministry of Science, you have the Ministry of Productive Development, and you have the Ministry of Health, because here the pandemic also showed the relevance of working cooperatively within the state or government. Because sometimes the regulatory authorities respond to the Ministry of Health, and the subsidy that can be received by a startup depends on the Ministry of Science. And so the incentive to be received by an enterprise for a soft loan or subsidized rate to be able to invest to increase their productive capacity, that would come from the Ministry of Productive Development. So they need to work together. And all of this is happening in Argentina. And so these conferences serve that purpose. We have also seen that we think that the pandemic showed that your geographical location doesn't matter to science, because we have good scientists around the world, but it does matter in terms of access to health. So sovereignty, independence, the health independence that you can get either through private consortiums or public-private consortium to develop your own tools, your own vaccines. We have one case, the therapeutical serum, the immune equine serum. And this was done by a startup, and then there was a cooperation chain with the public sector for the sequencing to be done and test molecular biology, map science, they did API, and other pharmaceutical laboratories in Argentina that did the equine side with the horses, another company that did trading, and the serum is absolutely innovative. It's a technological platform, an original one, made in Argentina. And so I believe that these examples show that budgets for science and technology should be higher, but for the entire sector, not just the public sector, also the private sector that is involved in original developments, they too should have sufficient incentives to not be afraid of getting into these things. Thank you. Thank you, Graciela. I pick up on what you said, the capacity, the relevance of having a productive capacity as a way of being prepared for future developments. Well, And now, last but not least, we will recognize Marco Aurelio Krieger. Marco is Vice President for Production and Innovation in Health of the Osvaldo Cruz Foundation in Brazil. Marco, you need to turn your mic on, and you can speak hopefully in Spanish or in English. I know that Portuñol is well known to some, but you decide, Spanish or English. Fiocruz is one of the most important laboratories in Latin America. And also, I would like to ask you about the agreement with AstraZeneca, aside from other things that you may like to share with us, and how part of your experience could be shared with the rest of Latin America. And then also to close this conversation.
I am sorry, but I cannot speak in Spanish, and my Portuñol is quite good, but it's Portuguese with entonces. So I will try to speak in English. I think will be easy for everybody.
Just a second, Marco. Hay traducción inglés-español en la parte de abajo de el...
There is a Spanish-English interpretation available in the lower part of your Zoom screen, so you could also hear the Spanish. Thank you.
So I will present you in a short way the Fiocruz activity and the response of our ecosystem to the pandemic. So Osvaldo Cruz Foundation was created 121 years ago to face another dramatic sanitary situation in Brazil. We have at that time the bubonic plague, the yellow fever outbreaks, and also the smallpox. And Osvaldo Cruz and our friends at that time, they were able to eradicate and control this situation in Brazil. And this is quite important for us because Osvaldo Cruz Foundation is not the beginning of the scientific activity in Brazil, but was the first time that the Brazilian population realized that they can use the science in order to improve the quality of life. So we have an ecosystem that goes from basic research until the production of vaccine, medicines, and also diagnostic kits. And we have also hospitals inside of our consultation. So we have an ecosystem that we can develop a new product. But it was important to say that after the beginning of the pandemic, we are running in different fields in order to try to fulfill the needs of the Brazilian Ministry of Health, because we have, since the beginning of the pandemics, a lot of issues against inputs for our health system, like the diagnostic kits and other equipments, and now the vaccine. So just to give you an idea, in terms of the diagnostic, our production of molecular tests was around 1 million tests per year. And just for the molecular tests for COVID-19, we have done the production of more than 25 million tests. So, sorry for this. We increased the capability of our production facilities in more than 25 times. And this we need to do in a moment that we have a collapse in the international supply chain. So this, I think, was the first lesson that we learned here, that since the beginning, we need to try to solve a lot of logistic problems in order to try to give to the Brazilian society the best tools to face the pandemic. And for the vaccine was almost the same. So in April of last year, we start to evaluate the different projects all around the world that are trying to use the platform that was developed for rapid response in the last 5 years. They have support and they have a strong proof of concept of this new technology. So in the same time that we decide to support our scientists to develop a new vaccine, was also important to try to use our production facilities to give to the Brazilian population the vaccine to face the pandemic. And this was quite important for us because until during the first half of this year, 95% of the vaccine used in Brazil was produced by Butantan and Oswaldo Cruz Foundation. And during this time, we faced the most dangerous time in the pandemic with the new variant of concern, the Gamma variant, and using the vaccine produced mainly by Butantan and Fiocruz. In June, we start to decrease the pandemic, and now we are in a very good situation. So I think this was important that we decided 1 year ago to use our production facilities, but now it's time to learn a second lesson, that we need also to have the capabilities to have in the region this platform for rapid response. So for us, was very good to receive the technology for AstraZeneca. This week, we will end the delivery of 150 million doses of our vaccine for the Brazilian population. Is the vaccine that most of the more used in Brazil until now. And we have now all the technology inside Oswaldo Cruz Foundation. So we are doing the production of the drug substance and also the full finish capability. So this is really a process that used to take more than 10 years for a technical transfer of this kind, and we did in months, in 8 months. This is really important. But I think the lessons that we need to discuss, and this is a special forum to do this, is trying to prepare a legacy for this situation in order to be preparedness for the next pandemic. So I think the surveillance is really a big issue. We are doing a lot of work in Brazil in order to try to connect the genomic surveillance in order to identify as soon as we can any new variant of concern, but also to use the digital surveillance to evaluate the impact of this genetic modification in our public health system. For instance, in February, when we start to detect the Gamma variant in Brazil, we also detect that in our hospital and maybe in the intensive bed all over the country, we have a unusual situation that we have more than 80% of the beds was in a very fast way was occupied since the outbreak, the Gamma variant start to be the most important variant in Brazil. So we are connecting this digital surveillance with the genomic surveillance, and also we are trying to develop the tools to have a kind of immunological surveillance, so in order to evaluate what is the impact of the genetic variation in the virus in terms of the protection of the vaccines, for instance, the vaccine that we are doing the production. So we need to be able to identify in a very fast way if we need to change our vaccines or if we need to change the protocol of use the vaccine. So this new surveillance, I think, is an important issue to discuss in a forum like this. And last but not the least, we have already our project for a new platform of RNA vaccine was selected by the WHO and the PAHO organization to be one of the hubs of this technology in the region, in Latin America. So our commitment is to share this technology and try to connect all countries in order to be able to develop this new technology, but also to develop this production using local facilities. So we have already started to develop it since last year. This is a technology that was fully developed in Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, but we now are receiving the support for WHO and PAHO to go ahead with the clinical trial, and more important, to scale up this production, because we don't have the production facilities for this kind of technology before the pandemic, but I think will be really important that the region will be able to do the production of these new platforms in the near future. So in our point of view, it's important to use this new technology for this new challenge, but also will be important to use the new platforms of surveillance and vaccine production for the old problems of the region, for instance, for the neglected tropical disease. So Oswaldo Cruz Foundation is open to discuss and to participate with all the institutes in Latin America, and I think PAHO will be an important partner to support this interaction in the region. So thank you very much for this invitation to be here, and sorry for not be able to speak in Spanish, but I think it will be easy to speak in English, and we have this new technology to do the translation in a very fast way.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, Marco, por tu intervención. Lamentablemente,
Thank you, Marco, for your presentation. Unfortunately, we have used up all the time that was available to us. We have 1 minute for our next panel discussion. We are indeed only just beginning with this introduction for our discussions, but I believe that we were able to touch upon the main subjects. So what is important is the challenges and the creation of abilities, of skills and abilities, and now to face up to new pandemics in the future. We had different stakeholders around this table, different issues related to production, to research, regulatory aspects, training of human capital, and so on. We have many issues to continue to discuss, but hopefully this panel has encouraged this type of discussion. I regret once again that we have no time to continue, and once again I would like to thank all participants. Thank you very much.
Las panelistas y los panelistas que nos acompañaron en este segmento. A continuación,
we thank all panelists accompanying us in this segment, and we would now like to invite Raúl Echeverría, who is the Executive Director of the Latin American Internet Association, ALAE, and would like to invite the panelists for the next panel, which is entitled Digital Technologies for a New Future. Please, Raúl, you have the floor. I don't know whether you are connected. Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this event and to act as moderator of this session. With a whole set of very prestigious panelists. And I hope that this will be interesting for the audience. The idea behind this session is to analyze, well, we are reviewing, we have seen the role that is played by technologies during the pandemic, and also the key role played by the development of strategies for economic recovery, the acceleration of technical progress. This sometimes leads us to naturally look at the achievements of what has been done. But when we look at the indices of global digital competitiveness at a world level, we find that Latin American countries are not in an adequate position. We are venturing along the digital transformation, but not in such an efficient manner as others. And we are aware that this situation that we experience today, the changes in the world as a result of the digital transformation, is something that occurs after many decades, and it provides different countries with the possibility of repositioning themselves globally. And therefore, we must determine what it is that we must do as from our region in order to obtain those achievements. A more strategic outlook that will also enable us not only to determine the opportunities, but also the challenges of the technological evolution. And before I introduce our panelists, and I will introduce them as I offer them the floor, we have an introductory presentation from a distinguished panelist. For a long time, I hadn't seen him. Martin, it's a great pleasure to see you again. He is one of the um, promoters of ILAC, of the Society of Information. I think it dates back to 2004, something like that. And Martin has left us with processes that we still use and that still contribute to the development of technologies and the appropriate policy frameworks for these technologies to have a positive impact. At present, Martin Hilbert is a professor, an associate professor of the University of California, Davis, UC Davis in the United States, but he also has a lengthy history in the production of papers, books. He is a futuristic thinker, so to speak, and hopefully, and I'm sure he will provoke us with his thoughts. So go ahead, Martin. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us.
Muchas gracias para la introducción, Raúl. ¿Me pueden escuchar?
Thank you for the introduction, Raúl. Can you hear me? Is everything okay? Well, I also hope you can see my presentation. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's always a pleasure to be back home, so to speak, in ECLAC with the ELAC group. In these 15 minutes, I would like to, well, I was asked to speak about the new future. We talk about the economy of knowledge, but I leave you this subtitle. We are truly migrating from information towards knowledge, and I want to speak in 15 minutes about this and what this means for Latin America. First of all, let's see, we often talk about the future, and it often seems that we still talk about the future. But I would like to begin by saying very clearly that this is not the future. The 5 companies that prevail in the world, by far the most valuable thing for humanity is that they all classify themselves as companies dealing with artificial intelligence. They all classify themselves as companies of artificial intelligence, knowledge, not database, not even big data or digitalization.
And people say, right, it's because of the pandemic. But if I look back, not much has happened in the last decade. These changes now and again, depending on whether they have problems with Congress. But well, it's the world economy, and that is how it is being done. And this has led to a wealth, unprecedented wealth. If you take a look at the 10 wealthiest businessmen, and this does not include Elon Musk, because he does not create digital technology per se. But if we take a look at the 10 wealthiest men, how much money do they have in their pockets? It is equal to 40% of all countries together, of their GDP. So here, these men have in their current accounts, and this is the GDP, the economy of 40% of the countries, or 90% of the economies of the country of the world are smaller than the wealth of these 10 people. Only Brazilian economy in Latin America is larger than the wealth of one of these individuals. So it's not just the enterprises, but the businessmen, and they decide what we see and change the order of the news. In Google, changing the order, not even speaking of fake news, changing the order influences up to 40 to 60% of the electoral decisions in the next elections. And so they have a lot of power on the economies of the world. Now, they are self-classified as knowledge. And returning to ECLAC, at ECLAC, especially the Productive Development Division, if we open the big curtain and take a look at this, the historical technological progress, we see that before it always had long waves when we transformed materials from stone to bronze to iron. They were cycles, same as the major industrial revolutions changing energy. First, water, steam, electric power, and combustion. And in the digital era, the same thing happens. Now we're transforming information, and this has various steps. The first, basically, in the 80s and to the beginning of the year 2000, going focused on information and data, and that has been resolved communication, traveling at the speed of light. There is nothing faster in our universe, according to Einstein. Radio waves, fiber optics, big data, and there we created information and communication. This has passed, and now we're entering the area of knowledge, which is another wave of development. And these enterprises are positioned here. Now, how can you visualize these two different phases? For example, a company, if we're here in the division of productive development, let's take a company, Uber. Uber is the largest transport enterprise and doesn't own a single taxi. Well, it's the largest taxi company worldwide and doesn't have even one. So you could have Airbnb, a largest hotel service, and doesn't own a single bed. So what they do own is knowledge. This is either in the taxi industry or the hospitality industry. So they are really knowledge companies. How does this work? Well, here there are different parts. You have the consumers, the taxi drivers, the taxis, the streets, and they connect it all. So that is an information work. And with this, they create a digital model. If you use Uber, they have a digital model, knowing your preferences also of each taxi driver. They know when they get tired, how safe it is to drive with this person, and also they know the streets, the taxis, and here they create the information. And so far, this is as far we've come. This happens also not only enterprises, but governments. And so the big fight is how to connect these different databases. So the information is there. So what we're doing now and what these companies do is to create knowledge. We are creating an entire platform here. And this platform basically has a digital twin, but not of a client or a taxi driver, but a digital twin of the entire taxi industries. And Uber lives up here. This is where they do their machine learning, simulations, theoreticals, or artificial intelligence, simulations, agent-based modeling. And up here, Uber doesn't own a taxi, does not live off the analogical real world, but they simply own the knowledge. And so what they do up here is basically create a control room of the entire industry, the transport industry. That is the transport company. There are including other forms of transport as well. They also have a master algorithm for control, to control the entire sector. This is algorithmizing. He says that he's German, and so he's allowed to say these things. They algorithmizing the knowledge of this sector, in this case, the transport sector. Now, let's see another one. The retail company, the largest in the world, Amazon. Basically, they do the same thing. Amazon lives up here. Amazon has knowledge of the retail sector. So what they have down here are consumers, they have a digital twin of each consumer. Amazon knows what you're going to buy next week before you even think of it, before you've even thought of ordering it. And they're near you. And with this, they save in storage. They don't have that many storage rooms, not too much a storage room space, because their predictions, their knowledge regarding your consumer taste is so good that they start sending the product near you even before you even thought of ordering it. And how do they do this? Because they have a digital twin of you, and with which they're simulating, seeing what you like, what you do not. And this happens up here. They also have a digital twin of all goods, of the storage facilities, the transport network. And even though they do not own this, they are not necessarily the owners of any of this. But Amazon does own the knowledge, the consumer pattern. Another example is in music. And still, even in Amazon, they create value. They do create value, creating a product. That does not necessarily create value, but now is added value added by knowledge as to where the products are at a given time, and then the demand. This is what Amazon calls their knowledge technology. So also for music, it still creates value if you create and write a song or whatever. Owner of Happy Birthday to You by Patty and Mildred, and so on. They're owner of the analogical world, and they're a successful company, $8 million a year in revenue, but Spotify made $9 billion, and they don't own a single song, but Spotify does own the knowledge of the music industry. Spotify knows who likes what in the music industry. And so what I'm saying is that up here, what's created is the knowledge, and it's still, it does add value to drive a taxi, or it creates value to wash sheets for a hotel. But Airbnb makes the money, Amazon makes the money, and Spotify makes the money because they have the knowledge. Knowledge companies that manage the world, adding value to the analogical value created by others. And the same thing in Latin America today with, in mining, for example, the same thing happens. And so in these natural resource companies, you have many different owners and databases, and the challenge is to connect them all. And then, same as others, we need to create a digital twin of each one of these parts of the industry, each crusher, either a conveyor belt, and there we're looking for the information on what is happening. Each worker in a mine needs to have a digital twin, and you are different to Juan. So I have a digital twin, I enter in a database, and this is still data. But then with the data, you need to do a lot of work. And yes, there is a lot of work to be done here because the data comes in different sizes and formats. You have raw data, late data. You need to fix it, clean it, arrange it in the data hub, and then you need to harmonize it, make it executable. There's still a lot of work to be done in the area of information and communication, but the aim is to move and transform it into knowledge. So up here, we're creating this knowledge platform, in this case, regarding a mine. And the owner now that creates the value, they're going to create value of getting a rock out of the earth. But the added by the digital revolution in this new phase is creating knowledge on the mining sector. And this exclusively is up here in this platform. The Airbnb, Uber, Amazon, they only live up here. And among us, the only reason why Elon makes a profit, and because and why does Uber not work in extracting raw material? Because it's not as profitable. like in Netflix took over Hollywood and music, Spotify took over music, they killed all the others, Hollywood, and so other. These sectors go first. And my invitation is that we need to speed this up. What you need to do is to create knowledge of the local industries, because otherwise you will continue to migrate. And we've seen this during the pandemic. And here you have empirical information. For example, in education, you need to create knowledge on the education sector in Latin America. And when the pandemic hit us, well, we shut down the schools. That is the black line here. And you can see that all of these students went to Udemy, which is the online education platform, the largest in the world. It's not in Latin America, but all the students elsewhere moved there. Other platforms in Latin America, Rappi is a knowledge platform of different companies. And as you can see, when the pandemic hit us, the truth is that there was a very nice trade-off. We did a lot of work for ECLAC, and orange here is when the people are in the workplace, in the office, physically. We measured this with Google Maps, and we saw when people's telephones went to the office, and you can see when people stayed at home, not in the office. And so Rappi opened up many restaurants. Many restaurants moved to Rappi to sell. And then they moved to the office. And so Rappi did not have that many restaurants open on their platform. But nevertheless, there was a trade-off between people living in the analogical world or the others moving to the virtual world. Martin, unfortunately, time is flying by. We're taking care of the time, so please, just a reminder. Thank you, Raul. And so in Mercado Libre, we've seen this, small enterprises. You can see pre-pandemic in large and small countries, this increased a lot how people enrolled. And we can see that half of all the products of SMEs offered online this were created in the last year. So before the pandemic, there were a lot of people migrating to this knowledge platform. And with this, my last slide, we have major challenges in this theory that I've said we're moving towards knowledge. Very basic issues, for example, access. And so here you see that, yes, if you have you have more internet connections, you have more online transactions. So we want to move towards a knowledge economy. We need to resolve basic challenges, such as, for example, ensure everyone has access. And so I leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. As always, provoking, very interesting. I imagine that some of the panelists will refer to this knowledge you shared with us. Now we'll move on to the panel discussion, which is a luxury, but also a tremendous challenge, because we have 50 minutes for 8 panelists. That gives us roughly 6 minutes per panelist. My intention would be to ask a couple of questions to each one of the panelists, and thus each answer should be limited to 3 minutes. If you want to answer 6 minutes in the first question, you can do that. And but that means that we won't have the possibility of getting back to you later on. Of course, I will ask some triggering questions, and if you want to say something that is not directly linked to the question, please feel free to do so. And beyond the embarrassment of having to be permanently safeguarding or acting as the timekeeper, after 2.5 minutes, I'll simply remind you that you have to round up, because you have 30 seconds left. So I trust on that everyone will help out with this. Our first panelist is Senator Guido Girardi from Chile. He is a senator, has been a senator for many years. He has been a politician for a long time, and he was a creator and presides the Futures Commission of the Chilean Congress. So in that role, Senator, you as leader of this vision, looking at the future, I have the question will be the following. In this world that is so conditioned by short-term aspects, such as the need for economic recovery right now, or political processes such as the ones that are being experienced by Chile, the tremendous attention that is paid to the constitutional process, social stresses that have to be resolved in many countries. How do you work in that country, in that world, which is lives within that context? How do you build strategic long-term visions for digital development? I imagine that that is the challenge that you have led with the creation of this commission for the challenges for the future. Well, I believe we are experiencing a change in era and a change in civilization. Everything that we know is in agonizing the second industrial revolution that created a chassis, a way of thinking. The universities, policies, and technologies respond to the second industrial revolution. And we have an upcoming era now with a new speed, and we have created a technology that our brain is not capable of governing, that operates far faster, and that is making everything that we know obsolete, and that leads to uncertainty. And uncertainty puts pressure on immediacy. The future doesn't exist. The future is not a political subject. There is no restriction, because for there to be reflection, there has to be time, there has to be silence. And since we are governed by the social media does not enable that. They are reactive in nature. There is no silence, and in consequence, we are kidnapped by that, and therefore we need to anticipate the future and create strategies for the future. I believe that this change is so profound that it will change the geopolitics of the 21st century, and the control of what will be controlled now is not oil fields, but data. Data is the fuel for the 21st century. Um, Engines are algorithms, and they are the scaling up of the brain cortex that is translated into mathematical functions, and data and algorithms lead to artificial intelligence. And the battlefield of the 21st century will be the brains of the human beings, and therefore we must protect the brains of human beings. The whole economy of the 21st century, as mentioned by Martinez, will be focused on attention, which is the bridge in order to enter the brain and to connect with brain activity in order to capture data and to modify brain activity. And therefore, that is the new geopolitics. And what we are evidencing is that the algorithms of platforms are being programmed in order to capture the attention, and the attention of human brains is in the most cognitive part of the brain. And what activates attention is not verifiable contents, but now polar contents, extreme contents, false contents. And therefore, algorithms are made precisely in order to replace those discriminatory, false knowledge, aggressive, violent. And we don't have a system to verify the truthfulness of what is happening. And what is happening in the social media is being transferred as a model of coexistence in the real world. And therefore, we are suffering a very profound crisis. And that is why what we're saying is that we have to regulate the virtual world and the cyberspace. If those rights that exist in the real world have to be valid in the virtual world, because otherwise a virtual world will simply be the law of the jungle, the law of the strongest. And that is why we're generating a whole series of initiatives in order to regulate neurotechnologies, either directly or indirectly. Thank you very much, Senator. And I had said that that if Martin was provocative, undoubtedly you are very provocative, and the things that you have said linger with us to hold subsequent discussions. We now offer the floor to Felix Chang, Vice Minister of Telecommunications and the Society of Information of Ecuador. And since the Vice Minister has a lot of work devoted to the development of infrastructure, at the end he was saying that Martin was saying that none of this will be possible if there is no connectivity. And therefore, I would like Vice Minister to ask you how you view the strategies for the development of infrastructure in Latin America, and what is the role of 5G in that context, if it plays a role within that context, and if you view that as an important aspect. Good morning, Miguel, and all those that are listening to us. The evolution of technology is indeed very relevant for all countries. The function of governments has to play a facilitating role via modern policies, establishing strategic alliances in the long term, for example, in the oil and mining industry, agriculture, fishing, financial services, social services, and health, as mentioned by the previous panelist. Likewise, governments must play a role as to create incentives and provoke the digital transformation of industries that demand the support of education, research, enhancing technology and innovation, to have business incubators via taxation benefits for the manufacturing industry, construction, entertainment industry, tourism, transport, logistics, and public security. For the region to truly operate and for Ecuador to establish a 5G network, we must aim at the following. First of all, the connectivity, fiber optic connectivity, the enhancing industries, public policies and regulations in order to grant the spectrum, which is very much discussed at a Latin American level, especially in the situation that we have as a country and in which we are working in depth in order to make relevant changes and promote this type of connectivity, to promote the employability, structuring new competencies, new skills, new curricula. We have conducted an analysis of the digital divide that we have, that we face as a country, and it is what we find is very low. What is very wide is the digital divide that we're trying to reduce that, and that is very important. It's important to enter into alliances with academia in order to promote this greater interaction between institutions that comprise the central government, and nobody can work in an isolated fashion. If we all work together, we will obviously achieve better results, and we see that hand in hand with that, the government has also promoted the coming together of different ministries to achieve a common objective, and also to encompass the curriculum and tackle education as a challenge, creating centers of excellence for 5G. At present, the national government is promoting the 5G networks. We know that we had lack of connectivity of up to 60% in terms of with lower technology, and our idea is to expand coverage and improve the user experience with internet navigation. However, we will internet surfing. However, we will conduct a midterm initiative so that this deployment is aimed at technology that we all wish, and which is the 5G technology. Thank you, Vice Minister. I was going to remind you that you were running out of time, but you were very much on time. Thank you very much. I thank everyone for your collaboration, time-wise. Now, we would like to invite Semi Castro, who is Director of the IT section of Director of Technologies of Information Technologies of the National Ministry of Science and Technology of Guatemala. In this context that is being described by all panelists, my question is, what do you feel is the role of digital agendas in a country in Latin America? What do you feel we should hope to find in the digital agendas of our countries? Good morning, everyone. With regards to your question, we must begin to look at, towards the future. As a government, we must we must focus on the future and not only on what we were doing traditionally. We must focus on new technologies, and therefore these digital agendas must include all that which is disruptive, so to speak. I was very interested in the ECLAC report, where they highlighted the difference between a digital economy and a digitalized economy. And this means that this is an eruption. It's not only what we do as a government in digital terms, but to become digitalized. Our agendas must include this. Our digital agendas must not only deal with education in traditional terms, but also, please excuse me, digital education. Our digital agendas must include not only SDGs, but also how a technology can support us in order to resolve these issues that we are dealing with in our nations. We must no longer see technology as a savior, but rather as a means to achieve something. And this was mentioned by Martin, how technology may be used in order to read our brains, so to speak. Our agendas should also include that. We must include certain aspects, not only in a traditional fashion, but also rather looking at the future. Otherwise, as governments, we will be left behind. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you for that answer, and we'll come back to you with a second question later on. We'll offer the floor now to Eduardo Ortega Barria, who is National Secretary for Science and Technology and Innovation of Panama. And I would like to ask you also, well, basically the same question that I asked Yuri about the digital agendas. How do you view in public innovation processes combined with the need for the digital development of countries? What is the role of the innovation of the public sector in the digital transformation of the country? Good morning, Raúl. Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, I am representing Dr. Eduardo Ortega Barria. My name is Carlos Can, National Director of Innovation of the National Authority for Government Innovation of Panama. We believe that the joint work of the different agencies related to science, technology, and innovation, but also with the increase of investment in sciences and also dealing with digital government, is that our digital agenda is a guideline for innovation in our country, not only to look at the horizon of disruptive technologies that may be applied, but to cater for our problems. And our problems are that Latin America and the Caribbean do not have broken down data. Our data is often inaccessible, unreliable, or not timely, nor are they reliable data.
This third pandemic, the first was SARS, and they can say that quite certainly we have been able to maneuver this pandemic because we put the quality of data above everything else. And so, in a coordinated manner, lobby with the various institutions so that we may address this complex issue with collective intelligence. So our agendas are very integral in different dimensions based on the purpose of the government's strategic plan. Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlos. If I took note correctly, the thing is having placed the quality of data at the center in order to deal with the pandemic. Thank you. That is it. Yes, thank you. And now we move on to our next speaker. The truth is that I am fascinated with how you're collaborating with our time management. So now we would like to recognize Camila Gonzalez, Minister of Finance, Planning, Technology, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a chairman of the Committee for Development and Cooperation in the Caribbean. Is Camilo there? I do not see Camilo Goncalves. Well, I believe he's not with us, and so let's move on to the next speaker. I will check internally what's happening there. And so now let's move on. Let's move on with Gabriel Hernandez, Director of Information Technology, Infrastructure and Operations of the National Agency for E-Government and the Information Society, ICTs of Uruguay. Gabriel, what we were talking about just now regarding the relevance of innovation in the public sector, in creating more competitive countries and giving an opportunity to our countries of being more competitive, and digitalizing the public sector has a very important role to play. E-government, and as you who have a key role in the technological revolution, and you work on the availability of new technologies to make new services available. Could you please tell us a little bit of the role played? What is the challenge in terms of being always adopting new technology to provide citizens with new services? Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Raul. It is a pleasure to be part of this panel, and we thank Martin and greet him because he was in Uruguay recently, and he is very disruptive in everything that he says, but very interesting. What you have said, Raul, is true, and it is a challenge because more than anything else, you must kick off building those things that are missing. Today, we talk about data and so many things that are a reality, but first, you need to have connectivity, you need to have services available so that citizens, for example, may consume, or that state agencies may do basic things such as interact among themselves and not use citizens as though they were sort of like cadets and are running around from one place to another and go to different windows to do different things. And so we have for some time been innovating and making available, or first of all, creating the necessary infrastructure to make these services available. A few years back, the use of Uber was not that frequent. It had to be created, and making them available, that means budgets, putting people to research new technology, making them available and support them with all the challenges that that implies. Today, once the databases have been constructed, we need to make a major effort to continue to look forwards and see how to dynamize these processes. In many cases, first, we worked on digitalizing processes that existed since times immemorial, but on paper. And so the first step was digitalizing this and begin to add new technologies in places where, well, as they said there, data is centralized and used to predict or work on how to facilitate, for example, for citizens, the various needs that they may have, and in future. And even during the pandemic, without the digital transformation, it would have been impossible to work with, for example, vaccination at a country level, to be able to schedule, distribute, vaccinate, and today make available mechanisms such as, for example, a vaccination certificate that today allows you to have a certain degree of safety when you need to do other things. And also, say, guidelines on how do we use all the data we have, a responsible use of algorithms in order to work in this sense. So it is a constant challenge to be thinking of the future, testing the technology, and then turn around and say, well, how can I contribute value to the various processes that we're running, or how can I change them, transform them to do things even better than before? Well, thank you, Gabriela. I thank you for that positive approach to the use of technology by the government to provide better services to citizens. And so now we will return to you with regard to other topics. Our next speaker is Rodney Taylor. Rodney.
Nice to see you one more time. So the question I have for you, Rodney is the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, CTU, and so usually, so you have a broad view of what's happening in the whole Caribbean. I think that you are very well positioned to share with us your views about the challenges on digital transformation for the Caribbean. The challenges are the same than in the rest of the region, or they have some particularities. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Raul. Thanks for the question. I've been enjoying the discussion so far. I think the challenges in the region are similar to, well, in the sub-region of the Caribbean, within the LAC space, are similar to those experienced by all of the countries, well, certainly developing countries within the region. In particular, we need to focus on government policies that support and drive innovation. We need to ensure that there are champions within the public sector, and that there's the political will support beyond the short-term political mandates of governments within the region. So how do we develop long-term strategies that support innovation and entrepreneurship, particularly in the tech space, beyond the mandate, the short mandate of one particular administration? So a long-term view. We've seen, and I bring the perspective of small island developing states in particular, and we have an example in the form of Singapore that has managed to leverage technology and drive innovation, leveraging ICT-enabled development. And so my own experience is that there has been, and of course, COVID has driven a lot of the regional governments to accelerate the digital transformation initiatives. There's been significant investment by way of loans and so on from the IDB and from the World Bank to drive public sector modernization. We spoke about public sector services. This is critical. And even in Silicon Valley, you see the influence of government contracts and government services, government partnerships to drive innovation and to drive investment. And I think this is critical in driving and building a digital innovation ecosystem that links with public services, that allows for the growth and development of entrepreneurs locally that have developed indigenous solutions. And the previous speaker, Gabrielle, spoke about the technology supporting vaccinations, for example, and the management of the public health crisis. And I can point to several examples within the region of indigenous solutions that were developed to help manage that, to help manage the vaccination programs, to manage the advanced notification of persons who are traveling into the region. Of course, tourism is a very big sector for most of the countries within the Caribbean, and the ability to receive advanced notification, that system was developed through an indigenous solution for most of our Caribbean countries. And therefore, it is important that our governments take this long-term view, that they invest significantly to drive the innovation ecosystem, and that we do this within the framework of a CARICOM single market and economy, but also within the wider market, and we can leverage our relationship within the regional bloc to ensure that we drive innovation and that we see it as one market that can help provide opportunities for indigenous solutions. And I will stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodney, and congratulations for the role that your organization is playing in the Caribbean. It's a great organization that has made an incredible contribution to the digital transformation and digital development in your sub-region. The next speaker, and I will continue with English because I assume that maybe wrongly, but the speaker will speak in English. In my list, the next speaker is Thibaut Cleaner from the European Commission, but I don't see Thibaut in the call. I assume, Oliver, that you are our guest speaker. Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, with pleasure, Raul. I mean, we got to know together in the internet governance area, but I'm now heading the international unit of DG Connect, the digital department of the European Commission, and I'm very honored to be here. And I will intervene in English,
okay,
if you allow me.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Welcome. And the question I have for you is that we are very accustomed to see in every country what we call the digital agendas. Digital agendas are usually the result of long processes and have a long-term view. In this evolving, and this, I think that your view from outside of the region will be very, very interesting. Is in this world where the technology is evolving so fast, as many have described it before, does it make sense to continue having this kind of digital agendas? And if yes, what kind of thing do you think that a modern and digital agenda should have? What we should see in a digital agenda for a developing country like our countries?
Thank you, Raul. First of all, I would say my internet connection is unstable. So if I am frozen, bear with me for a few seconds and I will come back. Just to start with, I would say that, we have big trends which are there to stay. So for example, the fact that the number and the gravity of cybersecurity incident on the internet is increasing is there to stay. The fact that there is increase of illegal content on the internet and that we need to tackle it. The fact that there is false information. This is what Martin also was, and one of the previous speakers was hinting at. These are long-term trends, and I think this is where we need to intervene. So we have to look at that, and I think we can derive a digital agenda out of that. I think it's also very important, and we are coming from the same world, Raul, of internet governance. It's very important to speak to the stakeholders. The stakeholders can tell you what are the real issues. They can give you input for your policy making, and you can have these sometimes difficult dialogues, but really fruitful dialogues to come up with the right ideas and proposals. And we, at this point in time in Europe, have issued our own.
En este momento nosotros hemos.
I'm sorry, I have background noise. We have issued our own digital agenda, so it's called the Digital Decade, and we plan to focus on 4 areas, which are infrastructures. Really important to have 5G fiber all around Europe, and this is something that where I see that, for example, Mr. Chang mentioned it. It's the same type of issue we have in Europe as you have in your countries. Skills is essential. How do we get the high-level skills out of university students? But how do we get also the basic skills for everyone that work in SMEs, for example? How do we modernize our companies? How do we modernize and make sure that companies use digital technologies, AI, cloud, etc.? This is another very important area, and we will invest in it. And 4th area, how do we, and which has been discussed already, how do we modernize our public administrations? And here, one very important element for us is the use of electronic identity. So we are really putting a lot of focus in having this as an anchor for citizens to access public services. And if there is a bit of time, I'm happy also to tell you about our digital COVID certificate, which is a very good example of how you can have a technology and a regulation sustaining this technology being developed very quickly and used in the pandemic and in the recovery. But I can say a bit more afterwards.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Bueno, vamos a ir a una segunda rueda de preguntas.
Now we'll move on to a second round of questions, but before that, I would like to ask Martin a question so that may contribute to the debate. Martin, you clearly explained how you viewed the economy of knowledge, the importance of generating knowledge based on information, the changes with regards previous years and previous eras that are not too distant from today. And what do you feel could be the strategies in order to develop that knowledge from a Latin American perspective? What can we do in order to get Latin American and Caribbean companies involved in that task of creating knowledge and how they can benefit from that? Thank you. I believe this has two parts. Let's see, we're going back to what happened 20 years ago. We have to talk about this issue, and what we're doing is tremendously important because it is a major challenge. This is a challenge which is quite different when people talk about digitalization, and the ECLAC report was very clear on this, digitalizing what we have down here. And what we have down here, yes, is important. We need to create sensors, big data to bring all that to interconnected databases. But at the end of the day, we have to create all this that is upstairs, that is up here, the economy of knowledge, to create knowledge on top of the analogic world. And as I said, we will still create value to drive a Uber taxi. It will be valuable to wash the sheets of a hotel bed. It will also be valuable to write a song, but Spotify acquires knowledge. It will also be valuable to grow something, but we have to create a layer of knowledge on top of all these industries, of these natural resource industries, and that is where added value will be. Now, speaking about consumers, I agree with what was mentioned by Guido, in the sense that there is a challenge there, a big challenge. And I would like to share two pieces of information here. And Yuri said this very clearly, in the sense that we have to view how we can protect these brains, because we create knowledge on the part of governments and companies, but at the end of the day, we compete with the knowledge of citizens. And here I would like to share three graphs with you. One is that in Latin America, we are the champions of in the social media, and especially citizens. 3.5 hours. World leaders by far. In Europe and in the US, it's 2 hours, but 3.3 hours are devoted every day to the social media. And if you don't have an account, a Facebook account, it doesn't matter, because Facebook will have an account for you, because Google is monitoring 80% of all the web pages, and Facebook monitors 25%. That is in Latin America. 1 out of every 4 Facebook pages are monitored by Facebook and also by Google. And the same thing happens in Europe, but as a result of the European legislation to protect data and so on, it doesn't matter. Google is still monitoring 80% of pages, and consumers are absolutely monitored. And here I believe that during the pandemic, people have come to realize this, what Guido said. People have realized that they are practically being invaded. Their brains are being invaded. And something very interesting has happened in Latin America during the pandemic. And this is my last graph. And that is that in the study that we have conducted with ECLAC, with Facebook data, using Facebook data, we have seen that Facebook detected that during the pandemic, the interest in meditation and in reflexive practices have exploded in Latin America. Today, around 15% of the population is interested in learning how not to think That's very interesting. Women are always a little bit ahead of men, but before the pandemic, it was about 5%, and yet today it's 15% of people. In accordance with Facebook, that is interested in learning how to disconnect oneself, not only of the social media, but of their own thoughts. Because these technologies are extensions of the brain. We're talking about the economy of knowledge. These companies have knowledge, and from that they extract this. And as Guido said, we have to learn how people can protect themselves from this. And therefore, in order to answer your question, the agenda is twofold. First of all, companies have to create knowledge about reality, but at the same time, citizens have to learn how to manage a world where knowledge itself, where the contents of the brain, is what creates economic value. Thank you, Martin. And just to argue with you, I think that this is a very personal interpretation of on your part, in the sense that meditation is simply how to not think. But we can discuss that in a different forum. So let's now, I don't know whether Senator Girardi is still with us. We are talking of challenges in terms of development rights and protection. We're looking at those two dimensions. As Martin, you focused on the component of guarantees, protection of rights, and so on during the first intervention. What I would like to invite you is to explore the other part and say, well, what from your position of promoting the analysis of the future for the benefit of Chile in this case, what are the policies that are needed so that a country like Chile can benefit more from the digital development within the global context? Well, first of all, I don't believe that humanity will survive and won't be able to resolve any problem without artificial intelligence. So this is the technology of the future. But technology, just like nuclear energy, can be used to build or to destroy. This is the most powerful technology that has been discovered, and this is this is a technology that can help us to face up to climate change, to know the origin of the universe, and to continue with the evolution, to analyze the evolution of the Homo sapiens. It can also destroy Homo sapiens. So we have a controversy here. Technology can change human beings, can end with human liberal humanism, in the sense that each person could make better sense of life, who knew whom to vote, what couple to choose, what product to consume. But now we're living a period, a process of replacement. Algorithms increasingly tell us who to vote for, make sense of life, and even human beings have transferred their freedom to machines to choose, for example, what was most human, which was love. When Tinder chooses your couple, love becomes a mathematical optimization, and therefore there is a more in-depth discussion in terms of what type of humanity. We are advancing to a simplification of what is human. We believe, we know that young people spend 6 hours connected to screens, and those 6 hours are stealing time from fundamental activities that have to do with the intellect, with emotions. They are using addictive methods in order to trap us. Mechanisms used using reward systems or random reward systems in order to make us addicted to these platforms. And therefore, what happens to us? Well, I believe that this technology is so powerful, but the problem is, how do we guarantee that this powerful technology is not left in the hands of groups, of some stakeholders? How do we democratize the future? The geopolitical disputes of the 21st century will be for the control of data, for the control of artificial intelligence. And we already have a third world war underway, which is Huawei against Google, the Chinese versus the American platform. I don't want to be a vassal of China or of the American platforms, because they are both transhumanist. They both create a world without regulation. They both want to appropriate themselves of cyberspace. And so we need a Third way, we need Latin America and Europe to understand that we have to act together, that we have to democratize data, that they have to be public goods, that we must have platforms that compete with Google and with the new empires and with the Chinese platforms to generate a balance, a symmetry. We need regulations in cyberspace because otherwise there is no society. If there are no laws that regulate, it is a neoliberal paradise that there's no state, no laws, no society. That is what Peter Kelly is mentioned, the founder of PayPal, one of the main gurus of this. He says technology is incompatible with democracy. In the future, technology has to govern and not democracy. And I don't want the future to be, I want the future of the world to be governed by human beings. And we have to adapt our institutions, otherwise they will disappear. So we have challenges here that are fundamental, but at the same time, I don't understand how we're going to survive if we don't enhance and deepen technology. But this same technology, paradoxically enough, is one of our major threats if we lose the democratic the guidance of the future and if machines take control at the end of the day. Because behind machines there is an ideological position. I believe in digital humanism. I believe in techno-progressiveness in terms of against techno-capitalism. The confrontations of the future are not right and left, but those of us that want a world governed by human beings and not by machines. Those of us that don't want to deepen the neoliberal model. That began with Margaret Thatcher in the 80s, who said that the market was more powerful than democracy, and that consumers were more powerful and had a more hierarchy than citizens. But today we face a new phase of neoliberalism, which is no longer the replacement of the human being by the market, but the replacement of the human being by machines. The replacement of human beings by algorithms, and behind algorithms, we have those who control that. In Silicon Valley, those that develop algorithms are all white men, and no women, no Latinos, no Afros. So beware, there's a specific vision of the world. And we also have the Chinese platform that has developed a social credit card with a system of surveillance that can be tremendously dangerous for humanity. And so what is at risk is the continuity of human beings, but also democracy of the future. And I believe we have to recover that democratic guidance and the geopolitics of the 21st century. We have to again act. Latin Americans have to join up with the Europeans, because Europe, for the first time, is outside geopolitics, has been left out of geopolitics, and that bipolarity, that power concentrated in these two powers, is a threat for the future.
Todos los riesgos que usted ve y, bueno, aparte son muy conocidas las visiones suyas.
Thank you for your comments. Your views on this are well known. And so I've taken a note of some of the things that you proposed, in addition to the care and everything saying regarding the technological revolution, the challenges and risks. And you also spoke of promoting more enterprises in Latin America. We have active policies to promote startups, a greater cooperation between Latin America and Europe. I also took note of public data policies and the adaptation of institutions. Thank you. Olivier, something was left in the air regarding Europe and geopolitics. And thanks to the senator, we will pick this up when it's your turn to return to you. And now let's continue with the Vice Minister Chan. I wanted to ask you on how you see, or how the ministry, your government, which is relatively new, how do you see the political frameworks to further the digital economy in Ecuador? You spoke of the infrastructure. What do you think are the most important things to take into account to bring Ecuador forwards in developing these things? Well, thank you very much, Raul. Once again, the definition of digital policies and must be oriented toward citizens. I think a clear policy helps citizens to make the most of these technologies. They are used by others, but in Ecuador, we do have several aspects that we need to work on in order to improve this, or have a setting that is more favorable to ensure citizens' rights, and at the same time provide digital services. In response to your question, the elements of the policy that we as Ecuador would like to address, well, one main issue is important to resolve bottlenecks in terms of the spectrum, so as to extend this and not restrict the deployment of the spectrum. Another thing would be competence for the digital era, having a virtuous circle for a dynamic interaction between the promotion of competition, innovation. Another thing is that we need to work on, and we are aiming at. We do know that in a digital era where everything grows and where we evolve in very fast, security is really an issue. Same as technology provides us with many benefits, it can also make our life difficult. So cybersecurity is a barrier to the industrial development in the lack of reliable lines, and so it is important to further this. Another thing is the universalization of digital inclusion. We must have clear policies to facilitate and promote access to technology among all people, regardless of where they live. In fact, digital illiteracy does exist in Ecuador. It is noticeable. So we must work in a coordinated manner to reduce this gap. Another thing, as in the chat, data protection and privacy. We consider that good legislation for data protection and privacy strengthens the individual rights of individuals and enterprises and ensures a high level of protection. The norms, on the one hand, must facilitate the safe transparency of private data between citizens and service providers, and to ensure rights and ownership of that data. We know that data is available everywhere. Technology, as was said earlier, is everywhere, and in a way, the youth as well. It's taking possession of people's time, and everything that we do over the phone is data that you contributed to the network. We must have policies to protect that. The other thing is the drive towards the digitalization and certification of administrative processes to have e-governance and transparent government, because we know that there is still information that today is on paper, not yet digitalized as a digital setting in all facets. Truly, there is a niche there for corruption. We need to promote online services by citizens, not only facilitates the life of citizens, but also ensures that the government has a better control of the information in a positive manner. Promoting the use of free software, open software, and achieving a greater sustainability of technological solutions, saving resources and ensuring the availability of services for citizens and also for enterprises. And lastly, furthering the involvement of citizens in issues of public interest, for it is electronic participation to have a feedback of public activities, and this contributes to better decision-making so as to have an economic reactivation. Thank you, Vice Minister. And in fact, the law on personal data in Ecuador is very recent and very good and well on the way to publish the rules for this. I really like the process, very participatory and open, and how the law was passed and that many people took part. And I think that that sort of legislative process is just what we need. And now we'll move on to the next speaker, Judith. Jury, I was very enthused with your thoughts regarding the necessary changes in education systems. And I would like to ask you if you could please tell us a bit more of your approach to the needs. What should we do differently in terms of education to accompany this technological revolution? Yes, thank you, Raul. Education, there are many opportunities. If we're talking of challenges in terms of technology, there are less in Guatemala. We're lagging a step behind. But what we need is to include all these systemic knowledge, ways of computer thinking, which teaches us to think and adopt technology not only for social media, but also for development, to be able to use this array of technology that is appearing not only for citizens, but for the national economy. So this is a fairly strong area of opportunity, but also we know it is a great challenge because we need to overcome traditional education and include this sort of knowledge. The pandemic has given us that little push that we needed to know that technology was necessary. And going from what is traditional of a classroom with a teacher in front towards something more dynamic and adapting to each student. This is a major challenge because we also have other difficulties such as the digital gap. In Guatemala, the digital gap is very wide, a phenomenon very similar to the rest of Latin America. And so we must think how to resolve that sort of satellite problem and then address education. Our children are the future, but they are also the future of science. We need to teach them to do research, to implement all of the scientific development in order to create new opportunities. We do know that without R&D, there is no future. And specifically, in terms of education in Guatemala, we're working to make these changes. It is a challenge, yes, because it is in the purview of another ministry and where sadly bureaucracy sometimes eats us up. But technology is going very fast and so there are many challenges, also opportunities. We still have a long way to go, but we are looking ahead. From you say, Julie, I think that when you say education, you're talking not only about skills development, but also a different system of education that may contribute more to our research and science. Yes, not just having the skills or learning the skills at the academic level, but try to include it as a systemic way of thinking all the way from childhood up to transform these children so that they take in the technology and not just see it as an option to be able to have Facebook, no, but how to produce economy using that technology. Yes, thank you very much, Judy, and I wish you great success with your plans. Carlos, we were back to you now, and something appeared 3 or 4 times in the panel, the term SMEs, but without much depth. And I wanted to ask you, how do you in Panama see the role of the challenges? We're always saying that successful performance in a digital economy is not possible without SMEs. So how can we involve SMEs more successfully in this digital transformation and so the digital economy? Yes, thank you, Raul. Well, first, the essential aspect, human capital. We thought that setting up or adopting and adapting work frameworks as models for digital skills is of key importance. First of all, we worked with creating an administrative career to change the jobs descriptions in the public sector through skills for the information age, so that if you do not have employees that are properly trained, that may relate to SMEs, the language is totally disassociative. So in search to erode that friction between SMEs and the public sector, these jobs are being worked on in 8 dimensions based on the 4.0 industry. But not only this, because we've also seen this in different journeys during the pandemic, the competences of citizens themselves. And so in next year, we are launching the program to adopt the framework for DITCOM skills and competencies 2.0 or higher from the EU, so that citizens, as everyone has said, may have that ability to access Facebook. But if they do not know how to access the single citizen portal and do all the services that we're offering there, with the vaccination program, and that Panama recently, last September, achieved the equivalence of its digital certification of COVID vaccination. So if all citizens at all levels are enabled to carry out that process, it is not being totally done. So quite aside from SMEs, this is a way of making all services available across the board, reducing the gaps in terms of access and connectivity, but especially with a legal and regulatory framework that is modern. Our regulatory framework, as identified in Panama, goes back to 1996. I was still in high school at the time, and we've said we need to prepare the legislation, the public policy. So for us, it was necessary to take that quantum leap that we were all waiting for. Thank you. Well, thank you, Carlos. And now we move on to Gabriel. And Gabriel, I was tempted to ask you a question about artificial intelligence, but the question could have many facets to it. So I will leave it open to you for you to choose how to answer it, because I'd like to know what are you doing at ICTs to develop your own capacities in AI for service, public services. So AI at the service of the government and the population. And also it comes to mind asking you about the challenges, as others have also said. And lastly, well, the policy, how to use AI for the development of the country, to have a national policy on AI. So I leave you with that, and I leave it up to you on how you prefer to answer and use your 3 minutes from that viewpoint.
Well, a lot of issues to be discussed in 3 minutes. Let's see, initiatives to promote these aspects, the generation of data, and also in terms of strengthening capacities. And this has to do with the generation of the data that is necessary in order to subsequently apply algorithms. And this also has to do with generating capacities, for example, in different institutes that are the owners of that data. And there, that is an interesting challenge, because we have to work at length in that sense. And we also to generate capacities in terms of understanding the implications of the use of AI for the analysis and the use of this information. So there are very aspects that we have been working on, and this is work that doesn't end, but every year we renew initiatives. And we are working strongly in that sense. And the other aspect that we're working on, and this has to do with some of the things that were mentioned here, and that has to do with biases in the use of AI and how to control this type of thing, and how these decisions can be controlled from an ethical viewpoint. We cannot forget that the state possesses a lot of information about citizens and has to be extremely careful with that. And I mentioned that the bias doesn't come from the machine, but from humans. And those that generate the data or the algorithm. And so we're working strongly on the data aspect to prevent or control as much as possible all the different biases that may be introduced from the viewpoint of data when we're feeding that into the machine. So there's a lot of work that has to do with preparation and support with regards to the quality and preparation of this data that will be subsequently used by these services. And also in the generation, when it comes to the generation of these algorithms, we're working on two different aspects. One has to do with transparency. In this sense, what is most important is the explainability, if that term exists, of an algorithm and the results of an algorithm, and not so much the performance, perhaps, unlike other systems where we seek more processing capability. But in this case, there has to be transparency with regards to decisions that are made, with regards to the construction process, and that explanation be as clear as possible, and that therefore has to be done all the time. And also this has to do with an ethical perspective of these algorithms, and not only in terms of the production, in their production, but in their permanent monitoring of the type of answers that they are providing. And this is a key aspect. And for that purpose, we have to define indicators, and we have to be continuously promoting that reflection with regards to the use of these algorithms. And this is another aspect that we're also working on. Canada has mechanisms to evaluate the impact of these algorithms, and GESIC is also working on this, not only to promote the use of AI, but also to safeguard it in parallel and to develop the necessary tools so that that use may be responsible, transparent, ethical. Thank you, Gabriel. And I believe that you have answered quite adequately the question. Now we'll move on to Rodney. I don't see Rodney. Ah, yes, there he is.
You mentioned the digital regional market as one of the challenges and opportunities for the Caribbean. I assume that you were speaking about the Caribbean and not the whole Latin America and the Caribbean. But so my question, of course, that the second will be also a good opportunity, but the first, thinking about the Caribbean, is probably a more achievable challenge. And I remain thinking, do you have the mechanism for doing that? Because it's not only to have a common view about, you need agreements between countries, institutional frameworks, negotiation mechanisms. Do you have those instruments to move forward to advance the digital market in the Caribbean?
Thank you, Raul. So yes, certainly we have the mechanism of the CARICOM single market and economy. We have established CARICOM as far back as the 1970s, I believe. And we also have the CARICOM Secretariat, which provides the governance framework for the single market and economy. We also have, approved by the CARICOM heads of government, the CARICOM single ICT space, in particular focusing on how we can create one space from a technology point of view for development. And so a lot of the pan-Caribbean operators who operate networks, who operate technology companies, we aim to provide a common legal and regulatory framework to allow them to grow and thrive and offer their services. So there is that. But markets are better when they're bigger. So certainly we would move beyond we would want to move beyond CARICOM to a Latin America and CARICOM ICT space that would provide more opportunities for our entrepreneurs or small and medium enterprises, as you mentioned, because the bigger the market, of course, the bigger the opportunity. And so we'd want to leverage certainly starting with CARICOM, but moving beyond CARICOM to the larger regional markets and then to global markets as well, working within common regulatory frameworks. So we do have some mechanism. We have the CTU, for example, which is our mandate is to establish those common regulatory frameworks. And we are actively working on things like even you mentioned 5G spectrum, harmonization of spectrum across the board to allow for greater investment, but also to promote greater innovation within 5G and to promote use cases within 5G, so to drive innovation. You mentioned also artificial intelligence. And one of the things that we are seeing now, for example, is the emergence of the metaverse. And as the next big thing, the next big evolution of the internet, and maybe there's opportunities within the region. Barbados has moved forward to establish the first embassy, a sovereign embassy within the metaverse, and therefore is positioning itself as being a global leader with respect to this new technology. And it is, in a sense, an amalgamation of artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies and digital payments, cryptocurrencies, and so on. All of this is a factor in the mix. And if we can position ourselves not just within CARICOM, but within the region, as there's an opportunity here. And while, yes, the developed countries have had a head start with respect to this establishment of Silicon Valley, in particular of the United States, and most of the big companies that were mentioned, I think it was by Martin, are mostly based in the United States. A lot of companies have been spawned coming out of Silicon Valley, and they're the global dominators. But I think there's an opportunity. There has to be an opportunity for developing countries if we are to really leverage the promise of this information and communication technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Absolutely, I would love to know more about how much did you advance the construction of this digital market, because it involves there's a lot of policies in trading, data protection, free flow of information, and many other things, logistic agreements, taxes. So, but this is very promising, and congratulations for the work you are doing. I anticipate that CEPAL will have a role also in disseminating information if you are succeeding in this endeavor. Thank you very much. Olivier, last but not least, I have two questions for you, but really I have one, but you wanted to speak about the COVID digital certificate, so I will give you the opportunity to tell us about that. But of course, the speech of Senator Girardi was mentioning that I would say the weakness. This is my word, not Girardi's word, but in this distribution of power in this new era. How do you see the political influence of Europe in terms of digital policy, digital law in general?
Thanks a lot, Raul, and thanks to give me the opportunity also to say a few words about this European digital COVID certificate. And I'll also reply to your second question. I think this certificate is a very, very good example of how public policymakers can react quickly to solve very big issues like the pandemic, and how to allow free movement in this case inside the EU during the pandemic, and we came very quickly with a regulatory framework, but also with the technology to allow that. And the technology is fully secure, it respects fundamental rights, and so you can have a technology that solves an issue and at the same time completely respects security and privacy. And it's also an open technology, so it's really something that is it's open source, it's open to the world, so other countries can use it. And we have more and more countries now that come to us to connect to our system for the COVID certificate. So it was just an illustration how digital policymakers can quickly solve political issue and at the same time respect the fundamental rights of citizens. Now, on your other point, which is a vast question, I think is the topic of a full lecture, but I would say, first of all, because I think Senator Girardi was mentioning, was referring to the power of platforms and the nationality of the different platforms. And there I'd like to say that for us, the nationality has no meaning. I mean, we don't look at American platforms or Chinese platform. What we look at is we want to ensure the integrity of our single market. We want to make sure that privacy is protected, that the consumers are protected. We want to make sure that the digital environment is secure, and we apply rules inside this market. So anyone who wants to provide services in our internal market has to respect the rules. And these rules are general data protection rules. We are working on rules on platform regulation. We are working on rules on increasing network and information security. So that is really the logic, and we don't look at the nationality of companies. Now, more in general, we remain really fundamentally attached to a human-centric approach to the digital transformation, putting the human at the center of the digital transformation, at the center of the use of internet and the development of internet technologies, respecting human rights. And anything that goes against that, any model that promotes state-led human rights infringing practices, we will be against it. And we had occasions before to show that we are against this type of approaches. So it's not to be antagonistic against one or the other. It's simply that we stick to our approach and we defend our approach. And I could go also into the security of supply chains and how we, for us, we try to ensure it without closing ourselves to the world. But it really shows that in a digital world that is completely interconnected, we need to remain connected to different parts of the world, but also faithful to our values and our model.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Okay, we have completed the second round of questions. Completamos la segunda ronda de
We have concluded the second round of questions. I understand that we have a couple of participants who wish to ask something. I don't know. Let's see, I am asking the organizers this, whether we can just to answer the questions via the chat, or whether we can ask those people to join the panelists.
Podemos tomar las preguntas. Sí, mejor del chat.
Perfecto.
Sí, sí. En rigor del tiempo.
Creo que hay dos preguntas de Alexandra, ¿correcto?
I think there are two questions. Alexandra, what do you think about cyber currency as an instrument?
Alexandra, tienes pocos segundos para hacer la pregunta.
Alexandra, you have just a few seconds to ask your question. Unfortunately, the audio connection is not good quality.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Alexandra. A ver si
Thank you, Alexandra. Does someone voluntarily want to answer that question? The question is regarding the control mechanisms, cyber currencies, the use of cyber currencies, and how to avoid the illegal use. Rodney?
Yes, thank you, Raul. I'll just say, because this is an issue that has arisen even as the government of Barbados has sought to make its foray within the metaverse and the issue of moving money around in a virtual world, let alone the real world, because there are financial regulations and so on that are critical. And I think it's important for governments to be involved in sort of proof of concepts, but I actually the term is slipping me now, but certainly in terms of sandbox legislation and regulations that provide a space for innovation to grow, but at the same time protecting consumers, because very often our policymakers don't understand because it is so technical with respect to digital currencies. There's cryptocurrencies, there's digital currencies, there's fiat currencies, there are digital tokens, there are non-fungible tokens, and all of these. And the challenge is to be able to regulate this, to be able to protect the consumers, because certainly it is open to private sector creativity and innovation as to how they move money around, how they move value around. And this is critical as we operate in a virtual world to be able to buy digital tokens. We certainly don't want to be dealing with cash, and we don't want the restrictions that are related to foreign currencies, the US currency versus the EU, the euro, and so on. And then this is a particular challenge for us, and I think it was mentioned earlier about corresponding banks and how much this really costs the region as we move transactions, even between our own within our own space, to have to deal with a correspondent bank within the United States or somewhere else outside of the region, and the cost and time that it adds. And so there's a definite positive with respect to cryptocurrencies and digital currencies, but we have to ensure that consumers are protected and that it doesn't support a thriving, let's say, underworld. We know that ransomware is one of the biggest threats, for example, and the payment of ransom by cryptocurrencies is sort of the preferred choice because it is untraceable in a sense. And so it is important for governments to be able to understand the technologies and the implications and to be able to devise policies that are sound and are transparent to protect consumers and do not lend themselves to a thriving unofficial or gray black market, whatever you want to refer to it as. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Martin, do you want to say something about this? I can give you something between 30 seconds and 1 minute.
No, I think it's a big opportunity, and I do think digital currencies, especially now since we talked about blockchain, obviously for Latin America, it's a big opportunity that has to be studied with care. Of course, I'm biased. I'm a scholar. I would like to see much more research on that. Also going beyond the application of currency or of NFTs or of smart contracts or of other applications. So see what it can do. But there will be, as a theorist of innovation theorist, there will be an age after Google and Facebook and their Chinese competitors. There will be an age after the centralized paradigm of storing data. And as always, it's useful to prepare for this new paradigm that's coming up that we see so clearly, the Internet of Things, the Web 3.0 that is coming up. And I would encourage everybody, especially here being in CEPAL, to start studying it, to roll up our sleeves and try to really understand it. As Rodney just said, policymakers are confused. So it's on us, the innovation people, to explain it to them. And for that, we have to understand it ourselves first.
Muchas gracias, Martín. Bueno, vamos a cerrar por aquí.
Well, thank you very much. We're behind time and we've gone beyond our deadline, but we started late and I think that we're ending late, but so we've managed our time quite well. I thank you all very much, all panelists, for your contributions in time use. And of course, because of your valuable interventions. I believe that there are many conclusions to be drawn. We've spoken of various levels of things to be done or issues to be addressed, to have a good digital development in the region, to be more competitive globally. And also we spoke of some cases, interesting cases, Gabriel, Carlos, and Olivier specifically spoke of very positive cases in the use of technology for public service. But we also saw the technological revolution must be accompanied by frameworks, contexts that enable the full enjoyment of rights. And technology in itself, as Senator Girardi, could be used for better or for worse. And so obviously, these are things that the humanity has gone through with regard to other issues. But of course, these are things that we need to pay attention to. So in each of these things, the relevance of connectivity, education, of increasing our R&D capacities, building skills, and fostering SMEs, each one of these topics could be an issue in itself. Rights and developing AI, all of this could be an issue in itself, and that maybe they themselves would like to say, but the organizers, ECLAC, have suggested precisely that this is part of a much larger process. More work is expected in order to continue making valuable contributions to these discussions in the region. I believe that one conclusion that I'm left with is seeing how varied are the challenges that we face. This open, not very focused conversation, issues came up, such as 5G, but rights and consumers, education. How to put the development needs and 5G and education in the same phrase is complex, but we need to further our ability to work together collaboratively to understand this great variety of topics that will only be furthered based on construction, experience, expertise, and knowledge. So thank you very much for this very enriching discussion. And once again, thank you, ECLAC, and thank you and congratulations to the interpreters and the sign language interpreters who have done a marvelous job, and that also requires very intense work. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Raúl Echeverría, and also the panelists who took part in this panel on digital technology for a new future. And this event will continue as of 3 p.m. We will have parallel thematic panels that you have received an email with the link. And tomorrow we will also be back as of 11 a.m. Argentine time for the final session of this conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo están?
¿Qué tal?
Benjamín, Juan, Marcos, buenas tardes por acompañarnos esta tarde.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Hola, Álvaro.
Hola, Benjamín.
Buenas tardes. Hola, Guillermo.
Hola, Guillermo, ¿qué tal?
Estoy tratando de arreglar la cámara. A ver si.
Ahí se te ve bien, Guillermo.
Perfecto, gracias.
Gracias por la puntualidad. Vamos a esperar unos minutos y comenzamos. Hola, Marcelo, buenas tardes. Gracias por acompañarnos. Buenas tardes, Marcelo. ¿Qué tal? Gracias. Gracias por acompañarnos. Muy bien.
Buenas tardes a todos, a todas.
Unos minutos, un par de minutos y partimos.
Estamos en tus manos, Álvaro.
Sí. Estamos esperando que faltan dos de los panelistas que se conecten y comenzamos.
Perfecto.
Sandra, veo que también estás conectada.
Álvaro y todos, buenas tardes. Bueno, buenas tardes por acá, creo que allá también, ¿cómo están?
Buenas tardes, Sandra, gracias por acompañarnos.
Gracias por la invitación.
Nos falta solo Clelia, no la veo en el chat. Bueno, vamos a hacer un rápido saludo.
We will give a fast greeting because respecting the timeliness of the different panelists who have been sharp on time to start the session, we will resume. And once Clelia can connect, she will be with us. Well, welcome everyone to the panel on policies and incentives to stimulate the new business models and new productive capacities in SMEs and the digital age. This period of the pandemic undoubtedly has forced us to a series of new conditions in social behavior. And to that end, the digital solutions have enabled channels that have become very significant and have allowed us precisely to interact with the different agents and members of society. During the sanitary emergency, we saw cross-cuttingly a very fast transformation where the digital technologies have been an agent of utmost importance, reaching civil society, the state, and the productive sector as well. So we can mention that in the current context stemming from the pandemic, the acceleration and mainstreaming of the digital transformation can become an important tool for the process of economic recovery. Likewise, digitalization transforms the business models as well as consumption and production, which is reconfiguring the industrial sectors and redefining the value of many of the companies at an international level. In order to harness the potential of digitalization in the productive arena, we need strategies, policies, actions geared towards the massive access to digital technologies and promote the use and adoption in the productive processes to stimulate innovation and entrepreneurship. Nevertheless, it is important to take into account that digital technologies are not harmless. They have mixed effects. On the one hand, they can be a tool that may give response to issues of well-being, productivity, and sustainability, and help build the new development model. But on the other hand, they can also exacerbate the structural asymmetries that existed if we do not have measures to mitigate the negative effects in areas as important as the labor market and competition, which are dominated by companies that are digital natives. So it is important to ensure that the benefits of digitalization are extended and that there is mass coverage, and that it should reach and actually become a driver for inclusive economic development. We are in a period of analysis and discussion that we hope will be of use so that the participants may contribute with their experience and shed new lights that may help us to understand how the incorporation of digital technologies in production, specifically in the SMEs, constitute a process which is beneficial and important at the moment. We know that heterogeneity characteristic of the SMEs forces us to have differential responses for this type of challenge. That is why the policy of support to these productive agents must articulate proposals and tools for development that are different and that may be synchronized with the potentials, needs, and interests of these players. Today, in this panel, we have a very interesting group of persons coming from the private world, the public sector, academia, who will help us understand how the incorporation of digital technologies is advancing and what's the impact on the productive sector. First of all, we have Benjamin Germany Morrison, manager of the Center for Industry 4.0 of Chile. Juan Chiaveguere, director of the ICT security program of the Swarovski Foundation of Argentina. Marcelo Marzocchini, operational director of the National Industry of Industrial Technology of Argentina. Marcos Pinto, director of the Department of Innovative Entrepreneurship of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Brazil. Sandra Gisela Acero, director of Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Enterprises, Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Tourism of Colombia. Guillermo Timote, representative of the Center for Industrial Automation and Mechatronics of Uruguay. I am not sure whether Clelia has joined us. She comes from the Nuevo León 4.0 initiative of Mexico. Otherwise, I would like to directly start and pose the first question to each one of you, starting by Benjamin. Which are the challenges, the main challenges that the companies face at this moment to approach digital technologies or the new business models that can be defined through the use of these technologies? Benjamin, tell us what's your experience in the Center of Industry 4.0 Chile. Hello, Alvaro. I'd like to start by thanking you and ECLAC for the invitation and greet all the colleagues from the panel. It's a very good question when you talk about the challenges, because the truth is the SME world is so diverse. And when you go into detail in each one of the different industries, the truth is that the needs and the challenges are totally different. Still, before going into detail, maybe some of the challenges that we have identified and maybe take the opportunity to mention the way in which we approach some of these challenges. I wanted to mention, Alvaro, that I am representing the Center of Industry 4.0 initially came from the University of Concepcion. We are a technology center located in regions, and it caters the whole country from regions, which is also very important. It's not the topic of this panel, but no doubt that centralization, I understand, is an issue for the different countries of our continent. So it is an interesting issue right now. Alvaro, to give you some context, we work with R&D, development projects and technology transfer with industry. We don't have a focus in any given industry. What we cover needs in the different extractive industries in a country. We work on mining. For those who know how Chile is set up, we have geographic areas that also have industrial aspects that are quite characteristics. Mining at north, the salmon growing in the south, and also agriculture close to and the valleys and close to the mountain. And we started to research about the challenges of the SMEs because we work with companies of all sizes. But since we're a center that comes from a university, we have set the mission recently of closing the gap with the SMEs, because generally this process of technology transfer, R&D, have been concentrated on larger companies. And one of the challenges we have detected that can be one of the most important, we believe, is the access to specialized human labor. Because there's many SMEs, small and medium-sized, that are formed by relatively advanced professionals in engineering, for example, in the metal mechanics sector. There are companies that have a solid basis of mechanical engineer, and for years they've been creating the company with great success. Yet when you talk about the challenge of digital transformation or challenges of the fourth industrial revolution, you not only have to be specialist in one area, you rapidly need specialized persons in IT and electronic, you need industrial designers, you need a combination of talent that for an SME is much more difficult to incorporate than for a larger company. And that challenge, the truth is very relevant, and we have seen it in many of the companies that we've been working with. And so, Alvaro, I'd like to tell you how we've been trying to approach this. And this rationale of public policy, we've been working with the regional government and the region of Bio in order to build what we call these centers of competencies. An experience we obtained from Italy. We were in a seminar talking to the director of Industry 4.0 lab of the Milan Polytechnical Institute, Luca Pomagaria, who sends his greetings. And these competency centers are structured that have multidisciplinary teams, but which are shared by many SMEs and somehow reduce the barriers and the risk of incorporating this talent in order to approach new technological projects, be it development, R&D, with a component of technological uncertainty, or directly implementation, but require adaptation to productive processes. And it's been a very pleasant experience, and I believe there is a challenge there. And as I say, a recipe to contribute. And second, and I don't want to extend myself too much so that other colleagues may add on, deals with the fact that there are languages that are totally different in digital transformation and 4.0 technologies when you talk about the big company and the SMEs. And this difference in language deals with the basis of knowledge that these companies have. And here, there's a very concrete example. One could look at this as an iceberg. So you always want to target there to the introduction of technology 4.0. That's the mission of our technology center at the University of Concepcion, where you have the cloud manufacturing, additive manufacturing, you have Internet of Things, cyber physics. But when you see that tip of the iceberg, which are these smart technologies that you want to incorporate, it is impossible to incorporate them in SME if you don't have the base of the iceberg, the part that's not seen, which is very related to digitalization, digital transformation, and the capacities. Those are the capacities that the company has for solutions of new products, digitalization of processes, management. It's the basis in order to understand these technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. And very often the public programs and policies aim to approach technology of the tip of the iceberg without having SMEs that are prepared with the base. And that is why I believe that there is a challenge there of checking very well how we identify the needs, how we look at the technological basis, the digital transformation of the most basic aspects, not the specialized software for a given industry, but sometimes the digital presence, digitalization of some processes, the capacity of digitalized things as basic as stock, the software of CRM, client management, all those technologies which are cross-cutting and basic in order to incorporate the second floor of the house, to call it somehow. And there's a second challenge that I believe that we can set over the table, Alvaro, and the idea is to tell you how we've approached it from the center. There we work with Corfo. For those of you who know the Chilean ecosystem, Corfo is an essential pillar in this system. And there's a strategy what is called the Strengthen PYME, Fortalece PYME, which is digital strengthening that has a focus of SME care. And key is to be able to diagnose concrete needs in the company, initial digital status, and to be able to build upon it a roadmap or a working plan that first builds the base of digital transformation in these companies to then start to approach topics of 4.0 technology that are horizontal to specific industrial sectors.
For example, in the mechanic area, scanner 3D, digitization of parts and pieces, but they are impossible to undertake if you don't have the basic culture in a company of basic technological processes. Yes, I think your answer is very appropriate, and you have touched on the heart of the problem. This major, strong concentration incorporating digital technologies in the larger companies, and where the smaller companies see that there are gaps in different areas of productivity, of performance, in some way are accentuated as a result of this inability to incorporate adequate technologies, because either they don't have an adequate access to goods and skills or human capital, as you said, that can really make this appropriate transition. And in terms of policies, what you said is very important, to go in some way accompanying the grassroots of the productive sector in this adaptation process, a sort of literacy, digital literacy for the business world, with the progressive inclusion of different processes, tasks that allow to build those digital skills in order to incorporate more sophisticated technologies. Juan, I would like to know your view, your opinion regarding the question we raised to Benjamin. Juan is a director of ICT security program of the Sadowski Foundation of Argentina. Yes, hi. Hello, thank you for the invitation. Sadowski Foundation is a public-private foundation whose purpose is basically to promote the development of the ICT. So it has specific programs, artificial intelligence, and others, technological programs or linkage. In this moment, I think that it has more programs, ICTs for justice, especially, I would say, this is a long-term solution of the problems, which is lack of specialized human resources. Problem to get people is faced by these small, medium, large companies, by the state and academia. I mean, it is a complicated endeavor because with the pandemic, the remote work was really massified. And so not only do we compete with local companies, but with companies from the whole world for human resources. So there is a lot of problems that is to compete, for example, with the salaries paid in the United States. Those that are most experts in it is difficult. Those who have a vocation, well, they can stay and help you locally, but it is difficult. So what we do is promote the teaching of computers and ICT skills from primary school, beginning in primary school, so people can get to the labor market with a full-fledged idea of what a computer can do, and with a certain familiarity. I agree with Benjamin in that sometimes what many small enterprises need an ERP software for inventory management. They're very far from the 4.0 industry, but they can obtain improvements with something very simple. So I would say to help them where they are. And then we can get to the 5th floor, but let us begin with floor number 1. And then there is the issue that there are many companies that do not have an RIP because they don't know it. People that have a small company for the last 20 years, it's not interested or really didn't, it was not interested in getting help from the software world. And then lack of expertise, lack of knowledge of technologies. And for anything in connection with digital economy, there is a lack of knowledge on security, because security is a relatively new topic, and it's not in the curriculum of many universities. Sometimes it is an optional subject matter, or sometimes random, and many it's non-existent. So it's difficult for a person that deals with design security, software security, software operations and security. So there are many steps in implementing a software where you can make a mistake at the beginning, and then it is costs you a lot, very expensive. For example, this weekend, there was world commotion because of the failure of Lobby Library. That is a small software that did a whole directory of things that were happening, had or failed, and therefore, that causes problems for companies of all sizes, mobile phones, and so forth. So security is really out of this specific meeting, but no, I would say it is a problem of everyone all the time. And when implementing a solution of 4.0 or a digital economy or a culture 4.0, there is an absence of this security culture, and that is dangerous. So One of the challenges companies face is to move forward in a safe manner in the design, construction, and operation. And then particularly with 4.0 industry technologies, I have the apprehension, surely any company shares this, that the control of your operations in the cloud or part of the control of your operations leaves the physical space of the company and it's stored someplace else. So I get the impression that you run the risk of the organization of manufacturing. That would be something strong, but then you have the issue of trust. The Internet of Things is also fields full of surprises. You never know what could happen in the software, and sometimes, for example, if they had this lobbying library and it becomes part of a hotnet, you need to be very careful with things you do. I mean, the paranoia, constant paranoia is precisely security. Yes. And then you have the investment cost, which is also a challenge for companies to change infrastructure. I think more or less with that, I covered the issues. We are trying to fix this from beginning in education, primary, secondary, academia, to teach digital skills, and in the university to have more knowledge about accessibility. Thank you, Juan. You have revealed some interesting points. The fact of human resource with the pandemic has become, it was a there was a shortage before, there is even a greater shortage and it's much more costly now. So companies that need to accelerate transformation processes find this problem. And surely it's not going to be junctural, it is going to be a structural problem. And then on the other hand, the fact that what you were discussing, how in some way capacity is built, starting at pre-technical levels in order precisely to provide them with the skills that are fundamental today. And you were saying emphatically the issue of security. I think there's something very interesting. Marcos, tell us from the prospect of, Marcelo Marzocchini from INTI, Argentina, this sort of generation capacity, collective capacity generation, that precisely Benjamin was saying that in the Chilean case, you need to create certain collective capacities that will allow you to efficiently and feasibly address collective challenges for companies. Tell us how INTI addresses this challenge. Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you and ECLAC for the invitation. It is an honor to share this space with the rest of colleagues. And good afternoon, everyone. Now, the reference document that circulated by ECLAC for this meeting raised the concern for the levels of digitalization in regional industry, in spite of the fact that companies do have a relatively good connectivity and use electronic banking, e-banking. When you see the incorporation of digital technologies in productive processes, there the adoption level is very low. At least in Argentina, that is the case. Our diagnosis is, or based on recent and serious studies, only 5% of SMEs, of industrial SMEs, is transiting to 3.0 or 4.0 technologies. 50% of SMEs don't even have the slightest idea of what this is all about. And truly, very shortly into the future, this is not going to be a matter of option or deciding for one or the other, but it will be a matter of survival. Really, I mean, those companies that do not adopt the new technologies will not have productivity gains based on new technologies, and will have if they don't have the talent or the staff that is capable to carry out this paradigm, well, they're going to face very many difficulties. Now, in the productive development plan of INTI, we are a decentralized agency from the production ministry of Argentina. We have an overview that goes from the description of the state of affairs of SMEs, activities of awareness creation for SMEs to overcome the fear of the unknown, for them to understand that technologies are available, that they are accessible, and that they can be adopted by small companies. We have training, education in digital competencies together with University San Martin. We have an introductory course to enabling technologies in the university.
And jointly, it's more than 600 persons that have passed this year. And what is more important is to contribute to the reduction of the digital divide in industry. From the Institute, we proposed a tool that we call Productivity 4.0. And what it does is to work with the SMEs in the diagnosis of their productive processes through technical assistance that is personalized in order to identify opportunities for improvement and adoption of new technologies. This program counts with economic support for the companies, and what it aims is to end this path that takes 4 or 5 months of work in each one of the processes with projects that are formulated and ready to be implemented, be it with the help of INTI itself or in articulation on the supply side of the national technology vendors. Argentina has very good technology vendors, both in software as well as industrial automation, electronics, etc. But they have a very low level of linkage with industry and the different sectors of production. So there is very important work of articulation and follow-up so that these projects may take shape. We are working right now with the first sample of 100 companies from different sectors throughout the country to do this. And also in parallel, we are training some 200 facilitators that are 4.0 in order to have a greater reach. The capacity of the Institute are good, but limited, of course. And if we want to have impact, we need to have more persons who are in a position to go visit the SMEs and identify the opportunities for the adoption of technologies. It's a very important work, and that's our role as a technology institute, to help SMEs to discover their needs in terms of new technologies and to advance and the concrete implementation of projects, articulating it with the side that develops the digital solutions. On the other hand, what you're saying about collective capacities, Álvaro, we believe that's a very important point, a point that also is raised by the reference document and the cooperation for digitalization. INTI has a federal presence throughout the national territory. We have 46 centers of our own, and we work hand in hand with the authorities of the different provinces in terms of production and with the entities that represent the companies. That work has been very enriching for us, and to have that level of relationship about the needs. And as Benjamin was also saying, the differences that exist on the demands of an SME from the extreme north or the extreme south of the country are very important to us. And this is almost like a pre-announcement, but this gave way, or INTI, which is the National Institute of Meteorology of Argentina, that has very good relationship with the counterparts of the whole continent and the meteorology system. In the last 2 months, we've had a very rich dialogue with our partner institute from Mercosur, Brazil, Metro, IMPN, Paraguay, LATU from Uruguay. And God willing, for the rest of the year or early next year, we will be launching a strategic partnership of Institute of Industrial Technology of Mercosur. In principle, with these 4 founding partners, but it will be open to all those institutes related to technology who would like to join us, precisely for what you were saying, Alvaro, to have space to share experiences, to think about collective projects, design regional strategies, articulate efforts, share resources, because we believe it's a very large project. To have digital transformation of the production, it's very challenging for countries such as ours. It's totally out of scale for any of the institutions involved here. And the possibility of having a partnership with members with the same shared vision, want to take a commitment of developing capacities together, is no doubt, from the perspective of integration, the best possible strategy. We have great enthusiasm about this initiative. We have been talking about possible areas of cooperation and priority projects, and the work is enriched also with the relationship that our institute has historically had with other institutions around the world. Relatively short time ago, less than a month, we had a very interesting conversation with our colleagues of the Fraunhofer Institute from Germany, which is one of the founders really of this movement of this 4th industrial revolution. And the opportunities of cooperation and technology transfer that open up for our countries in particular are very important. So, having said this, the strategy in sum goes from the first steps in digital issues to the possibility of implementing complex and sophisticated projects in industries that are important for our country with the support of our ministry in terms of tools for funding so that the projects may be concreted. Collective capacities needs to be a priority in the regional agenda, no doubt. Thank you so much, Marcelo. I believe you touched a very important topic. I believe that in this experience shows that. First, this caring so much for the heterogeneity of the SME world, both from the sectors and where they are inserted, as well as where in the territory they are located, because an SME in an urban area with good connections is very different from one in a rural area with difficulties in connections. And you control that. I know that INTE's activities are very interesting and very well articulated with the productive system of Argentina, with the needs of the industry, and how you have been building capacity that permit the companies to approach these challenges of the transition to more sophisticated states of technology with the support of institutions such as INTE. The other point that you mentioned that I consider to be fundamental is not only to look within the countries, but also to be permanently looking at the environment in which the countries are inserted.
Las interconexiones entre
the interconnections among the different countries, not only at regional level, but also learning from good practices, from experiences elsewhere in the world is no doubt fundamental to enrich this capacity to educate that an institution such as INTE has. I now wanted to give the floor to Marcos Pinto. He's the Director of the Department of Innovative Entrepreneurship of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil. Same question for you, Marco. You can speak in Spanish or Portuñol or in English, as you please. Thank you very much. I will try to speak in Portuñol. I hope you understand. I'm not a Portuguese interpreter in any case. I'd like to leave that clear. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. And I believe that my colleagues have already addressed many important points, and I would like to talk more about one point that I believe is fundamental for the issue of innovation in the SMEs. And when we talk about digital transformation, it all deals with innovation that's a bit broader. And that's the issue of investment, of funding of the area of innovation and the digital transformation of the SMEs. What happens in Brazil, but I believe may happen elsewhere in the neighboring countries, is that generally the SMEs have a very low productivity. Not just that, but also low access to capital, to funding. It is very hard for the SMEs. And they also live in an environment of very strong competition. They have suffered very much with the pandemic currently because many of the sectors where the SMEs worked were strongly affected by the lockdowns and the measures of distancing, etc. So when we talk about digital transformation in the SMEs, we cannot forget that they already generally live in a very complicated business environment with many challenges, even more difficult than the challenge of digital transformation. So that is why very often they don't have much capital to invest in new technologies. Not only are they afraid, but they don't have sufficient resources to do that. So what we are trying to do, and even today, we launched a new program called Credit and Innovation, which is a program of loans for innovation specifically for SMEs. So it's a partnership of the ministry with SEBRAE. SEBRAE is a Brazilian agency which is specialized in SMEs. And the idea is that we can offer resources specifically for innovative projects. The issue of digital transformation, the 4.0 industry is totally related to that. So we believe it's an important opportunity to make it easier for the SMEs to participate in the process of digital transformation. Another important point that we don't address much, but I believe there is room here for public policies and development, is the issue of the startups. Yes, the startups, when they start, they're also SMEs, but they don't have the problems that the traditional SMEs face. It happens that the startups can help the SMEs for digital transformation, and I believe that there's room to develop specific programs to support startups that will develop technologies, for example, in the 4.0 industry that are accessible, not only for the large corporations, but also accessible for the SMEs as well. And we have some programs to support startups, and they obtain very interesting results, particularly, for example, in the area of the fintechs. I can see now that many small companies are using services from startup fintechs. And that way, they're going slowly, but they are improving their productivity. So I believe that that's another very interesting point where we can develop public policies that can be very effective to support the SMEs in the development of the digital transformation.
Thank you very much, Marco. Very interesting. Those programs of the ministry, these are examples of best practices that in other situations of Latin America, they can be used as an example. Yes, because it approaches one of the most important challenges SMEs have, which is the difficulty to access financing, and also the major problems they have in order to incorporate innovation in their business model, in the productive process, in the different activities conducted on an everyday basis. So with this type of programs where you incentivate and support, including innovation in SMEs, it is indeed a very significant contribution. Along the same lines, I think that what Sandra can tell us from the Ministry of Industry, Trade, Industry and Tourism of Colombia. Yes, you can show us what is it that you are doing in the public sector of Colombia in order to try to address these challenges of small and medium enterprises in order to move forward in the digital transformation process that for SMEs, it is a very complex and hard road to take, as we have seen in the different discussions. Yes, Sandra. Thank you. Special greetings to my panel colleagues. I'm fortunate of being the only woman in this panel, so I'll make the most of that and elaborate in explanations. Well, it is our panel colleagues have referred to many of the things that we are approaching in our ministry, but I will tell you about certain programs that we deem important. Yes, the challenge we have in most governments is to articulate initiatives among different ministries. Colombia has the Ministry of IT, that is in charge of policy communication in technology. Also, we have a Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and we have the Ministry of Industry and Tourism. And the challenge of many of us designing and implementing public policies is to articulate different initiatives and programs and make and achieve the greatest efficiency in public spending. In Colombia, there is an organization which is a national system of innovation and competitiveness, and that is what helps us to talk differently and different players and regularly to find synergistic points and the link between the digital transformation policy and productive development policy. Sometimes it would seem that it would go through different pathways. So this is one of the challenges that we permanently are addressing, those of us in public entities designing and implementing policies. I would like to refer to something we started to implement last year. And this is a methodology of articulating programs where different instruments on competitiveness and innovation of the Colombian government were identified, trying to see where there was complementarity or where decisions on integration had to be made, because sometimes there is replication. There you have one challenge. The second one is measurement and availability of information. I think that has limited us insofar as relevance of policies. Sometimes you have aggregate information, and ECLAC, CEPAL, has made some efforts with OECD in shedding light on information issues. But Benjamin was saying, sometimes we have such aggregate information in the MIPYME segment or SME that is difficult to segment or try to find the differences in sizes. In most of countries, most companies are micro enterprises, but even there you have differences. And so the challenge is to have better information for us to be more relevant in design and impact. And so that's why I say that sometimes our measurements are somewhat short of seeing what really works, of all these efforts we conduct. And I think there you have a challenge of measuring in a better manner with better distinction and differentiation in the segment and trying to have good measurement. Well, there, Alvaro, I would like to explain an index we have in Colombia, which is the Innovation Departmental Index, where we try to see, in addition to the difference among companies, to see the difference among or between regions. There are different regions with greater or lesser development levels. And there, what Marcos and Marcelo were saying of working articulately, not only with national agencies, but also with local governments. It's very important because each one has different capacity development. And that is from the macro view. But I would like to go into two additional topics that we have identified in the micro enterprises and the SMEs. There, we started to distinguish instruments, or rather, there is a long dilemma there, but you have the one. Do we differentiate in terms of size, capacity? How do we define the size of enterprises? But we need to recognize, acknowledge that there are differences. If you see the micro enterprise segment, many of them are of the retail or trade, and many of them are in manufacturing. And in those special sectors of retail, there is an issue that maybe it has to do with organizational culture, but most of these micro enterprises don't have sufficient human resources available. So the manager is the owner, the salesperson, and sometimes he doesn't have sufficient time to solve the structural problems. And there is an important trend in informality. If you try to take issues that are so simple, like digital payments, using technologies for no longer cash or for trading, marketing, there is a trend to think that this exploration in an ever more digital world takes them to an informality world. And so, for example, we need to be aware of this formality. I mean, understanding to use more digital channels, but within a formality environment. And these are the challenges we have in Colombia. Perhaps 8 out of 10 companies do not use electronic means for productive activity. And so there you can't even imagine the enormous challenge we have. What are we doing there? Well, we began some 4 years ago with a program of centers of digital business transformation. We have physical centers accompanying SMEs and 20,000 small and medium companies. 90% of them are micro enterprises. And what we did there was to have a partnership between the Ministry of Information Technology and our ministry. So providing them with services and technical accompaniment for digital transformation. We are in 20 of the 32 provinces or departments of the country, and we have really encompassed several regions. What have we learned? First, you need to accompany enterprises in productivity, formalization, digital transformation programs. The smallest entrepreneurs need someone that will help you guide, identify what's the best tool in terms of his or her needs. We start from a diagnosis of digital maturity so as not to apply the same formula to everyone. And there we have learned some interesting fact, and that is that today there is a diversity of services. In internet, you find several free apps, but then the challenge is how from that universe of instruments, of platforms and apps, I'm speaking about the smaller companies, how to identify that those elements that will help them in that process of technology adoption. There is work to be done in the government for that, helping them to find that most relevant service. Sometimes they are free of charge, that more than investment for the users, try to guide them and inform them about what is it that they need most. That was micro enterprises. And in the case of SMEs, the medium enterprises that perhaps are different ones in different levels there. The challenge we have, and this we've worked with the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center in Medellin. It's the first center of the WEF in Latin America. There's a space for interesting cooperation for all the countries of the region there. And so the idea is how to move those 4.0 technologies to these companies that are of larger scale or medium size. And we have highlighted or prioritized 3 technologies in artificial intelligence, blockchain, and Internet of Things. And there we are especially focusing in agro industry, but still we have that challenge of changing the language. I close with this. And when we speak of technologies to business community, well, you need to translate that into their everyday lives. If you speak about 4.0 industries to enterprises that have not been close to that, they really want to go away from many of those programs. And so from governments, we need to translate that to the everyday reality of businesses, small or large. But in the case of 4.0 industries, still there is a challenge. How can you manage for the SMEs to understand that that is translated into economies that impact on their cash? I'm convinced that if you are in a company, everything that will help you in the cash flow is useful. So if you are able to explain to them that these things in the medium term, it's not immediate, will help in that efficiency in costs and improving the earnings or income, well, there we are making progress. As to financing issues, we've made important efforts in development banks in order to promote more innovation. In Colombia, we have implemented tax benefits in order to promote more investment in the private sector in innovation, or fiscal loans that precisely end up by hitting the cash of companies, and to close the circle with specific financing lines at much lower rates from the financial system. In sum, that was a summary of the vision we have in Colombia. I insist, differentiation is key. Articulation in the work done by government in all the ministries for improving efficiency, start changing the way in which we measure in order to adopt better public decisions, and continue with the instruments we have. We are about to end the government, and clearly the challenge we have is try to leave programs to be continued in the next government, because yes, the fact is that programs change on a permanent basis, and enterprises lag behind. That is for the time being, Alvaro.
And your final conclusion, you touched a topic that is particularly important. First, the fact that in general in Latin America, there's very little articulation between public policies targeted to this type of problem. The different ministries, as you showed in the case of Colombia, have plans, policies, actions that don't often adequately dialogue amongst themselves. So at the end of the day, that leads to a system of fragmented support that's not very effective. And then final, a misuse of public resources. Something else you said at the end, that very often public policies associated to technological development, innovation, entrepreneurship are very conditioned by the political cycles. It is not a state policy. It is the policy of the different administrations. And just as you mentioned in the case of Colombia, it might be that some of the initiatives that with great efforts have been deployed and implemented throughout this administration, the coming one might dismantle them or discontinue them. There is no certainty that there will be continuity. So I believe you have touched two very important points in terms of looking at all the support systems. To end this first round, I would like to give the floor to Guillermo from Caime, Uruguay, for him to tell us about the experience of Uruguay, how they visualize the challenges faced by the SMEs, and what type of actions you have conducted from your organization. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am working at the General Bureau of Vocational Training, from which Caime depends. It is one of those centers that we have. In our country, I follow very much to the statements that have been said. I've made some notes as to the challenges and the approach of digital technologies and the business models with the SMEs. We see the tremendous diversity there is between the different types of SMEs and the gaps of access, both to loans, to machinery, and knowledge and market. I believe that there's a divide between the software production and SME sectors. Some sites, the gaps are close, but in others are very big. And not always those who export software have good contact with the SMEs who are in the worst conditions. Also, something to emphasize in the case of Uruguay is that the programs that we have in education since 2006 deals with a one laptop for children, and the model in the pandemic led to leverage that tool that we had. And how? To stop seeing laptop or the tablet that we give to students in public education as just another object within their backpack, to start looking at it as a working instrument and force the educational system to rapidly adapt in order to face the pandemic. This opened up the possibilities because the companies that throughout the pandemic could not continue, they had to open the digital channels. In Uruguay, we have 47% of the companies of the SMEs, and the capital in Montevideo, 53% are in the provinces. And there, particularly, they are developed in the area of services and industries, services and trade. And in Montevideo, it's services and industry. What we also have is a set of tools of state policies, of different agencies dealing with the promotion of the encounter between computing and the development of small companies. CAIME is an example. It's a center that was constituted by state and private capitals and by where different companies learn about automation and training. Also from the vocational training where we provide that education, we also find a bottleneck. SMEs not only have lack of knowledge in terms of the organization models of the companies, but they have little time to draw or to take the training plans that we offer. So that leads us to see how we can design plans in accordance to these subjects of education, to be able to provide courses that are sustainable, courses that truly respond to the diversity of problems faced by the SMEs, and that they can sustain them. And also, in some cases, fund them. In some cases, get the funding agency, because they don't often get the funding from the vocational training entities. That's what I wanted to share. We have different types of tools. There's a very strong process with the certification of the SMEs, help to organize the models. I believe we still are a bit far that the small company may be able to articulate with another small company to be able to go into a local market or beyond local, where they may develop a relationship of cooperation in order to survive. The pandemic, through the networks in trade, has led many SMEs out of the market, and they've tried to survive as they can. But I believe that we need to work at the very grassroots. Some SMEs are too far to even think of what 4.0 means, because what they're trying to do is to survive in a small territory and with a very strong international competition, where the products that they may produce and sell compete with the international production in terms of prices. In terms of cost, it's not profitable to them. It's what Marcos was saying today, low profitability. That's the reality that we're facing. Still, we have certain tools to promote the SMEs and also institutions relating to digital aspect of the lab and the technological university, which is a university that was created on the inside part of Uruguay. Until 2010, you could only study in the capital city. And subsequently, they started to create regional universities, and this entity, UTEC, was created in one of them, and with a strong component technology development, with a very strong and a vision articulated to the production sector. I believe that's one of the paths that we want to tread through and contribute to the sector. Thank you. Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you so much for your words. You have also emphasized an aspect which is central, the fragility and the particularly adverse scenario that many small companies live in, which makes them face a very complex situation where thinking about incorporating new technologies or even go into training plans that help them to incorporate these technologies becomes very complex for them. Thus, the challenge on the side of the policymakers, of the people who are preparing this type of courses, is how to generate products that can actually be useful and effective to provide assistance in a sector that faces major difficulties. Clelia, I can see that you've joined us. Thank you very much for coming. We have already had a round of questions. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. And the different panelists that are with us today have made some reflections about what are the main challenges that the companies face when adopting these digital technologies. And from the experience of Nuevo León 4.0, which is an experience that for us, from ECLAC, has been very enlightening, very interesting, of how a productive pole as powerful as the one that exists in Nuevo León has managed from the private sector, has managed to articulate a response, a very consistent and solid response to support the productive sector of the region, harnessing the presence of large companies that are making the productive sector of the region more dynamic. This initiative on Nuevo León 4.0 aims to make smaller companies more dynamic. Thank you very much, Lilian. Welcome. Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you, everyone. I apologize. I had a difficulty, but I'm fine now. And just to share with you that, as you rightly say, Nuevo León 4.0 has been searched for by many ecosystems of the Latin American region, because one of the characteristics that was an idea that was originally conceived in the government of the state of Nuevo León, which is the state at the north of Mexico, an industrial state of many generations. It's a land with an extreme climate, but at the same time, with a productive strength of dozens of years. So that has led that the industrialization in the region happened even before we reached the issues of 4.0. I believe this accelerated processes because many of the companies that were born in Monterrey or Nuevo León are world-class companies. We have companies that are practically global now. They are present in many places of the world in their operations. And by having networks of the client supplier at the global level has led us and has pushed us and has led us to even move ahead in many topics at the regional level. So we were saying now, you told me about how from the private initiatives, this is articulated. It's articulated because the government, the state decided that it was a civil partnership, and that civil partnership be done in a model with the fifth helix, the triple helix, which is academia, companies, and the government. We in Nuevo León 4.0, we decided to increase 2 additional helix. The fourth is to make visible society, not only accept that because it's civil society, it's there, but to make it visible. By making it visible also requires attention. I'll give you an example. It's being done in Colombia and Argentina with a Mexican company, and it's also in Monterrey with Argentinian connection, which is digital identity. That's well articulated from the government, but also from the private initiatives. So the fourth is society, and the fifth pillar, we call it visible. It's entrepreneurship of a technological base plus capital attraction. You know that we're in a Latin American boom of unicorns, where every day we get a company from Argentina, Colombia, Chile, or Mexican who are obtaining investments that of at least $1 billion. So this, which is bringing about investments, as SoftBank brings for the Latin American region, well, the part of the entrepreneurship will technological, not because they are just starting, but because we're accelerating and escalating companies
that are basically micro and small enterprises, but in technology, they are providing major solutions, but also to government, state and municipal governments. And the government needs movements like this, but we need to have public policies on this. In Mexico, we have lagged behind in science, technology, public policies, and also on the entrepreneurship as such. But going back to digitalization here in Nuevo León, we had a new government. There was a change in governor, and the governor that arrives is one 33-year-old PhD in public policies, a very future-looking person, and with great support to SMEs. So that helps us in this state. The fact of having a government committed with competitiveness and productivity, although it's a state of Mexico, but with borders with the US, and it has 13 clusters. The major one is automotive, and therefore in the border with Texas, you have Tesla investment in the Austin area, and therefore everything that that is connected to Texas, but also with Silicon Valley and with other ecosystems in the United States. But this is in a natural way. Why? Because major companies, most of their exports are to North America, also Europe and Asia, but most of it goes by land in transportation, as well as railways and air as well. So there is a great economic links. So SMEs capture special attention here in Nuevo León. We are promoting programs with technological giants and major investments for talent training, not only companies, but also Carso Group, the large mass, which is 99% of communities or are SMEs. 1%, of course, move the processes and investment. Yes, but we have a large mass, and today we are about to apply a diagnosis to 62,000 SMEs in Nuevo León that go to one city hall. And we are going to do a pilot program, a mapping of their digital capacities. And we will find there, and once we have that map, we'll share this with our colleagues from ECLAC in order for research purposes. But we'll have a map that will show, it's a first snapshot that allows the governor or mayor to say where they will place resources. Great support has been announced for 2,300 SMEs, 1 million pesos for each. And that is for capacity building, digital capacity building, because our statement or our vision as movement, it is a civil society, a platform grouping 230 partners and many volunteers. So the idea is to have Nuevo León to be benchmark of intelligent economy, to be a natural attraction pole. But this has been worked on since 2017. The idea is from here to 2025, we'll follow a roadmap, a council with the chancellors of universities, major businessmen, secretaries of state in economy and inclusion, institution of innovation and technology transfer. So welcome all. And the idea is to have this ecosystem that representation of the fifth helix promotes programs that goes to citizens, companies, and municipalities. And to the extent that we are all together collaborating, we achieve that. So I was telling you as the last point, Siemens is a global company with operations everywhere in the world. They are one of the major references or benchmarks of 4.0. Yeah, and they have just arrived in Nuevo León, and in 2022, they'll donate 15 million pesos, equivalent to $2.5 million, directly to train university students. We will include 1,000 students with high-level training so as to develop solutions for the needs of companies, governments, universities themselves, society, and entrepreneurs. So that I would finish now saying that we don't find another way of moving forward, but it has to be through collaboration and integration of ecosystems. And here we have also adopted decision to include topics like 5G to bring them to the region, because we have representation. Everybody wants to collaborate because there are voices that speak out loud. And so you have to set up city halls or town halls committed with the advancement of the region. And so here, where I share a space with the Latin American colleagues, people like us will be pushing forward because we want them to be seized. And for that, programs need to be integrated and accompanied by major technology companies. This is being done in other places in the world. And the Latin American region is attractive for them because of several things that are happening. We want to continue working with governments to help SMEs, but also with universities. We will move that GDP, and we will be an example for neighboring states in our country, but also for other countries with provinces or similar like-minded districts. There are regions in Latin America that are industry-oriented. So what we are doing is an example of collaboration and integration. I was given the mandate to generate always high-impact, valuable connections. If we need to talk to an embassy, well, at least to have a program operational for all. And if we will need to do it with an international agency, we'll do it. We have just invited to our council a woman that's called Marta Herrera that worked in CENMEX as Director of Social Responsibility of the World Compact, and she is a Secretary of Equality and Inclusion for the Nuevo León state, and knows perfectly well the global markets and technologies, and has seen the need of advancing in economies. And from SDGs World Compact, she will be articulating with us so that technology will reach out to the population, to reach out to the beneficiaries, to community centers, and she will do it from Nuevo León 4.0. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak about Nuevo León. I'm in this position promoting the ecosystem and the roadmap so as in 2025 to reach the target of being benchmark of an intelligent economy in Latin America. Thank you. Thank you for the overview you've provided. The experience of Nuevo León 4.0. I think, in fact, it is a very important reference for the region. We have only 5 minutes to go, and I'll give each one the possibility of 1 minute to close so that you can convey where or how would you focus the actions of a new public policy generation so as to address digital transformation in a complex segment like SMEs in a particularly difficult situation as today. We need to be intelligent, well-focused, well-targeted, and with instruments that are easy to replicate and absorbed and adopted by those who are the objective of these supports. Benjamin, your minute. So I start. It is a complex question to answer in 1 single minute. Well, first, to congratulate all the colleagues of the panel. I think that there are perspectives that are truly shared with very similar diagnoses. And indeed, some are more advanced in some areas. And I sincerely believe that the collaboration stimulated in this dialogue can help us move forward faster. And I'm willing and ready to all of us to have the emails to communicate. Your question, Alvaro, public policies to promote, stimulate development, digital transformation, models of SMEs, touches on all subjects. I would start by bringing together efforts to make a diagnosis that will represent the differences of each company, even at local levels in each country. But indeed, there are cross-cutting aspects. That we can start with a unified description, allowing us to target the efforts, or focus the efforts, because it's not the same having a small enterprise that needs support for initial stages, that is in a rural area, for example, with very different problems to another SME. And if we can make definitions or have one general definition among the different countries in similar stages, and based on that, to share concrete support experience that will be the best practices to push forward transformation. What Clelia said, how they've incorporated the strength of major private sector companies. And it's not only academia or public sector. The major companies need the digital transformation of the SMEs that are part of the value chain. Yes, and there is a tremendous path. Juan, your minute. I think what we need to move forward with digital transformation and economy, we need more people. And that is being filled in by education. There is a need of greater dissemination and awareness of what digital economy can do with the companies. We need also some effort, maybe it's difficult now, but to improve, an effort to improve connectivity infrastructure. Why? Because there is capital in major cities, in large cities, you have good connectivity. If you are farther away, more or less only. So there are things that are not available to all. And INTI also is concerned with the contact with different enterprises and industrial technology, disseminating it. Also, in the foundation, we have an area of technological linkage, but that is for new things, for new endeavors. If there is a company with a new idea, then we can make available researchers in order to investigate the subject, propose solutions for a problem. These are new things. It's not the adoption of already existing technologies. And one final thing that we need, but that is my specialty, is that we need to disseminate and create awareness on security topics. I believe if we are going to connect networks, we need to standardize them in some way to have a minimum security analysis or requirements in order not to have by default passwords, or because otherwise it will be a disaster. Security is here, and as the week goes on, you will find out about what happened this last weekend. It is something worldwide.
Thank you so much, Juan. Marcelo, tell us of your final thoughts and your final minute. Thank you, Alvaro. I would also like to congratulate the colleagues for the level of the debate and thanking you for conducting all this. I personally considered this panel very rich in conclusions and interventions, very brief as a conclusion about what we were talking amongst all of us. We believe that the short-term agenda must necessarily contemplate priority issues, such as universal access to technologies, continue to work hardly for our paradigm SMEs 4.0, digitalized production, that is. And something Juan just said, he raises the point almost at the end, that gives way to a new panel, Álvaro, so let's address that. Of all the regulatory issues, we have not been talking about the regulatory issues dealing with the competition, with the security, interoperability, access. That's a very important topic, and as Institute of Meteorology, we are very concerned about that. I end with two of the most important new topics. One, generation of digital competencies, talent. Juan also put it excellently. We need to have a work to generate technology vocations very early on in primary school. When we get at the kids in high school, it's very often late. And the truth is that we need massive amount of young persons, not only with labor qualifications, but capacities to transform society based on this new paradigm that's causing a revolution in the world. And finally, something that you mentioned initially, which is the capacity of collective capacities, the cooperation, articulation, sharing efforts and resources, thinking of common strategies. Not to be so alone in the region will be a very good working strategy. So as Benjamin said, here is our contact. We're totally available to you. Please consider NT as a partner, willing to collaborate and to think together what we can do, because that's the spirit. That's the way we work and we love it. So thank you very much. And we're totally available. Thank you, Marcelo. Marco, your minute. Please be brief. Since we don't have much time, I'll only make a proposal. I believe the debate was very rich, but there's much more to talk about, much more to learn about the other countries. And sometimes we in Latin America look too much north and we don't look to the side. So I believe it would be very interesting to have ECLAC continuing with initiatives of this type and hopefully with studies that may compare, because I believe that the challenges among the countries are very similar. So it would be very important to know more about the policies of the different countries of the region, to learn with the best practices. And also, I believe an important point that we did not address much is integration. We talked, each one of the countries spoke, but I believe that there is a very important room for the SMEs to have access to the markets and can even contribute so that the SMEs of the different countries of the region may improve their technology. So I believe this is an important path that we have not used as frequently as we could. So we're very willing to help out in this process of integration. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. Sandra. Thank you, Álvaro. I would like to also thank you for this meeting. And of course, would love to have more opportunities because there's many things that I would have loved to ask to my colleagues in the panel. 5 specific things. We need to continue working skills. That's a long, permanent task. It's not an issue that will start and end like every human being. So I think we cannot stop there. I believe that the need to pull together efforts in the national and regional territorial governments is a good practice. And sometimes that doesn't happen because of a lack of dialogue, only that reasons. I stress once again the importance of having measurements and data to adopt more appropriate decisions in public policies. I believe that the continuity of the programs and the policies, we have well formulated documents of public policies with a horizon to 5 to 10 years. And I believe that those who have been at it for a while in different administrations have seen the differences that happen when those policies are continued in the long term versus those that are not continued. So once again, I make an appeal in that sense. And what I believe that part of the panel is still pending. The new businesses based on the use of technology that we have been seeing. And I emphasize on something that I believe we've seen very much in Latin America, and which is associated with the fintech issues and how that is helping the linkage of some of the companies, particularly the smallest ones. It's not just credit, you know it better than I do. There's also other types of things that help the companies to advance, not only in issues of financing, but also digital appropriation. So I believe I also second the appeal to have another space for conversation. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, Sandra, we'll take your word. I will be very brief. We need to reconcile the way of transmitting the fact that understanding that our daily problems can be solved through digital tools, and try to transmit that, not only thinking of the SMEs that are more advanced, but to the rest, and the rest of informal economies that we have in Latin America, to think of ourselves, for example, like we responded to COVID. Those are attitudes to reduce risks. Try to find the way of transmitting that many of our daily problems, we can search digital solutions for them. I believe that's a human base that we're facing now. It's how a human being changes from solving problems with a nail and a hammer with data or digital tools. Just that. Thank you, Guillermo. Clelia? Just 1 minute. So even if we want so much things to say, I believe that it would be great to have another meeting. Maybe we could have an annual agenda to meet every 2 or 3 months would be fantastic. And also to tell you very rapidly that I believe that one of the things that we see the most is a great concept that we have coined, which is called intelligent linkage. And that comes from the supply chains to the large companies with technology, ensuring that those SMEs would be in frontier topics and to escalate them and accelerate them, but also the universities forming talent, but also the great technological giants having regions that are attractive for them to come and say, okay, I will put resources here, get them to work. And also focus on the fact that a region should be attractive for FDI. That also deals with talent, and I'm telling you, because it's happening here. We get German, Korean, Chinese companies because of the closeness to the US, among other reasons. But they tell us that one of the reasons they select is because of the talent that's being developed. But not only from the universities, also the citizens. They're taking many issues of lifelong learning with the universities. So look at the ecosystems from different strands, and I recommend that for the different sizes of companies, be they entrepreneurs, scale-ups, startups, micro enterprises, small enterprises, middle, large enterprises, we need to have programs to support them. It's not the same to work with a medium than a micro enterprise. So there's an issue in the region that's pushing Deloitte, which is a worldwide company, calls the best companies in Colombia, Central America, and Mexico, whatever. And that helps the medium-sized, and they're measuring the issue of digital transformation. So we need to open up our eyes to the world. I'm with you, and I would love to continue this conversation. Alvaro, we really, truly, we should have an annual agenda, and I'm sure that we will be very happy to listen to each other. Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone. We're very late in our time. There's a panel starting in 3 more minutes and they will use the same platform. So first of all, I would like to thank you all. The dialogue has been so interesting and rich. And I take note of the desire you have all expressed to continue with this dialogue, trying to be more focused, but also sharing our knowledge in a collaborative way. Thank you very much. And we will see you very soon. A big embrace to you all.
Cuídense mucho en sus países. Hasta luego.
Take care in your countries. Merry Christmas.
Buenas tardes, Roberto. ¿Cómo está?
¿Qué tal, Mauricio? ¿Me escuchas bien?
Sí, le escuchamos muy bien.
Bueno.
Vamos a esperar que se unan otros panelistas y Janet Sánchez, nuestra directora de la División de Recursos Naturales, que va a moderar el panel.
Perfecto, perfecto.
Claudia, si podemos darle el rol de panelista a Janet, por favor.
Claro.
No se te escucha, Janet. No se te escucha, Janet. No se te escucha. Te podemos ver, pero no se te escucha.
Sugiero que salga de la sesión, Janet, y vuelva a entrar.
Ya. Claudia, Janet dice que no puede conectarse, que le sale un mensaje de que el host le sacó.
Déjame verlo con el colega técnico.
Ujú. Y por favor, si podemos dar el rol de panelista al señor Pablo Terrazas, por favor. Janet dice que no puede entrar, que le sigue saliendo el mensaje de que el host le sacó de la reunión.
Mauricio, ¿le puedes decir a Janet, por favor, que entre con algún otro correo personal, que no ponga el de CEPAL porque puede estar bloqueado?
Ah, ok. Señor Pablo Terrazas nos dice también que tiene problemas técnicos. Y si podemos poner a Benjamín
Al
como...
señor Pablo Terrazas le hemos enviado bastantes notificaciones para que pase al panel, pero no las acepta. Sería
Está
que las acepte para que pase y así no tenga problemas y podemos probar audio y video.
Sí, por el mensaje, por mensaje ha dicho si le podemos designar a Benjamín como panelista.
Pero no hay nadie, Benjamín, conectado, Mauricio.
Benjamín, tienes que aceptar la invitación que te da el host. Benjamín está con el nombre de Pablo Terrazas. Eso, ahora ya está conectado Benjamín y voy a verificar con Janet a ver qué pasa o si no empezamos. También nos dicen que el señor Ramos de Yacimientos de Litio Boliviano se conectó mediante el correo adolfo.aramayo. Si le podemos dar el
Perfecto,
rol.
sí, al señor Adolfo Aramayo sí lo tengo. Ahí lo acabo de pasar.
Perfecto, gracias.
A usted.
Bueno, Janet dice que tampoco pudo entrar con el mail personal.
Señor Mauricio, ¿podría intentar decirle, no tendrá alguna otra conexión, alguna otra red para que la señal se conecte? ¿Pero por celular? O por el mismo celular o alguna tablet podría realizarlo.
Voy a verificar ahorita.
Igual yo voy a buscar en el sistema a ver si puedo, será que se bloqueó al sacarla, pero voy a chequear, deme unos minutos igual. Si puedes ir comentándole mientras que yo chequeo acá en la cuenta.
Les pedimos un poco de paciencia, por favor, hasta resolver estos problemas técnicos. Unos minutitos. Bueno, Janet lastimosamente sigue con problemas técnicos. Esperemos a ver si puede conectarse luego. Entonces voy a asumir yo la moderación del evento y dar inicio. Les pido nuevamente disculpas por los problemas técnicos.
I apologize once again for the technical problems to start this panel. Janet could not enter, so I will act as a moderator. This is panel 4 of this Conference of Science and Technology. In this panel, we will be talking about innovation, technological development, and value added in the lithium chain in Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. This panel, we are accompanied by Roberto Salvarezza, he's a principal GPF Technology from Argentina. Carlos Ramos Mamami, Executive Chairman of Yacimientos de Litio Bolivianos. Pablo Terrazas, Executive Vice President of the Production Development Corporation, Corfo, from Chile. The debate on climate change passed a couple of days ago through an important moment in the agenda of international politics. In the recent conference of the parties, COP26, held in Glasgow, even though they did not attain more ambitious agreements to restrain global warming, makes an appeal to advance an energy transition to clean, sustainable sources and promote electrical mobility that's sustainable, favoring public transportation, both for an energy matrix that's sustainable as well as for electromobility. Lithium is one of the minerals considered to be strategic given its use in the chargeable batteries for storage of the energy. So its demand has increased in the recent years in the global markets, and it's expected that this trend should continue. Annual growth of the demand of lithium is expected to be 16.4% between 2019 and 2030. At a worldwide level, we see concrete actions from China and the US in electromobility, with investments, relocations, advances in the global value chain, and projections of increase of market share that are sustained while the European Union stimulates its New Deal strategy and the world moves rapidly. And our region, though, is lagging behind, both in the advance in electromobility as well as in adding value in the lithium chain. Latin America has the advantage of being the region with the greatest reserves of lithium in the world. 53.2% of the world reserves are in our countries, without considering the resources of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and with an important participation of 32% in the total world production. Even though Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, countries that constitute the lithium triangle, count with different modes of governance of the mineral, with greater or lesser state participation, as well as private sector and communities, in all of them, the discussion on lithium include aspects of added value to raw material, innovation, technology, creation, and creation of clusters upstream and downstream, and with a growing demand of greater sustainability, environmental sustainability. It's clear that the country should harness these opportunities that some specialists consider will have a window of opportunity of 10 to 15 years to advance in the value chain of lithium and not only remain as raw material suppliers in the global economy, which requires political will and mining, industrial, technological, and environmental policies that may permit the creation of national capacities. Additionally, to gain economies of scale, it is necessary to have the integration and cooperation among the countries of the region, both in the operation of lithium as well as in the technology development and adding value to advance downstream. In the lithium chain, we need to create a regional market for electromobility and renewable energies, with the purpose of contributing to identify opportunities and formulate recommendations so that the countries of the lithium triangle will promote mechanisms of coordination, institutional arrangements at a national and regional level, promoting innovation and technological development, clusters, and adding value to lithium exports. ECLAC through its Division of Natural Resources in coordination with the government of Argentina, has organized this panel, Innovation, Technological Development, and Adding Value to the Operation of Lithium in Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. And this panel represents a new encounter of the Forum of Technical Scientific Intergovernmental Dialogue between the countries of the sub-region to exchange knowledge and experiences on topics related to the value chain of lithium for electric batteries. I'm certain that this dialogue will be very fruitful, and we express the commitment of ECLAC to continue to provide technical support to this space of exchange of knowledge and experiences. With this, then, we will give the floor to the members of the panel, and I would like to start with Roberto Salvareza, so that he can speak to us about the topic of the panel from the perspective of Argentina. Roberto, please, you're recognized. Good afternoon. It is a true pleasure to participate from this panel on a topic that, as you said, Mauricio, has major implications from the economic and environmental standpoint. So I believe it's a very good opportunity to continue having an in-depth conversation about lithium and adding value to it. In the case of Argentina, our company is immersed in what I would call a series of initiatives, of articulations, which have been acquiring momentum in the recent years. The provinces, which in our country own the resources, work with companies who are operating the mineral extracting lithium carbonate, part of what Argentina exports right now. We also have a framework that's being developed, a framework, I would say a legislative framework. There's a draft bill on electromobility that's also there at stake, and also a Ministry of Science that has a series of actions promoting R&D in lithium, accompanying a very active scientific community, active in this matter, which has organized a lithium forum with the universities discussing not only technology, but also the environmental implications, as well as the social impact upon the communities that currently dwell in the northern part of our country that has water scarcity. It is in that context that YPF, which is our company, which is a wholesaler of a national composition, it's energy and oil deposits, have decided to create a new company called YPF Lithium, which is now starting work with the provinces in order to start two areas of its greatest interest, which involve the part of exploration and exploitation. On the side of technology, YPF has decided to leave one of its companies, ICTech, which is the company that I chair, in technological development, from the brine up to the battery. That's the place that ICTech holds in this intervention that I will make. That is, YPF has structured that ICTech be in charge of these technological developments, and this is done by virtue of the fact that the company does have experience. For 4 years now, we've had a pilot plant where we manufacture the cells that form the battery, but basically with imported materials. So the stage that brings us together now is to disaggregate the whole technological package.
And that package goes from the development of new methods so as not to lose water, and to the research and development of active materials. We are beginning the manufacturing of a plant that will produce 30 tons FLPs, which is one of the materials used in the cathodes. And we are working on the electrolytes, which is another complex point in this lithium value chain. And then finally, in a pilot plant that will be in operation next year, and it is a pre-industrial plant of batteries. And in that display of all the technological package, it has incorporated and articulated with many players in our countries, national SMEs, universities, academia, science, institutions. And 49% of CONI said they have in their makeup, but we have included SMEs, universities, and other science agencies so as to build or articulate a technology disaggregate in order to know what possibilities do we have in order to successfully intervene in each one of these technology activities making up the value chain of lithium. We have Ministry of Defense as a partner as well. The ministry and provinces like Buenos Aires, also provinces that are that really participate in the lithium table. And just to begin dialogue in this brief intervention, I want to say that in DTEC, we have accompanied the initiative of the Ministry of Science, trying to promote regional integration with the Friends of Bolivia, the idea of creating a center for lithium technology center. And we are very interested in that ECLAC will adopt the initiative of working in regional integration so that we can all understand the whole chain from the sailor to the battery that allows us to intervene with success, adding value to this product. Thank you. Thank you, Roberto, for your comments. Very interesting. You've spoken about the importance of having a deliberate policy promoting technology development processes and research on this. And also you've told us about the efforts of interinstitutional coordination with different public sectors, agencies, and also academia and business sector. About these points, we could go deep later on. Now, I recognize Mr. Carlos Ramos, Executive CEO of Bolivian Lithium Fields, so as to have one first presentation on Bolivia's experience in this area. Mr. Ramos, go ahead. In fact, my name is Adolfo Aramayo of the Regional Coordination Agency. Unfortunately, Engineer Carlos Ramos has been convened to another symposium precisely in Potosí, where you have the ILB plans. And that is why I will speak on his behalf with his presentation, and I will read his presentation. On behalf of Carlos Ramos, CEO of Bolivian lithium fields, we thank the opportunity for participating here. ILP is a national strategic public company and has assumed since 2008 as part of Comivol and independently from 2017, the complete chain of exploitation and development of lithium resources. The 2021 agenda of the state contemplates 13 fundamental pillars, and 3 of which are essential for the DLB operations: scientific, technological, productive sovereignty, and sovereignty over natural resources. In that framework, ILB has started a strategic plan for the different tasks divided into 4 phases. The first one has to do with the research and pilot stage, that is the full knowledge of our resources and implementation of pilot plans of salts, cathodes, and batteries. And the second phase has to do with the industrial production of salt or brine, and it has a potassium chloride plant already. And in 2022, there will be one on lithium carbonate. These first 2 stages are 100% of ILB. According to 928 law that gave rise to this company, ILB. The third phase will be the gradual implementation of industrial plans of cathodes and batteries, in possible a partnership with national and foreign companies. And the fourth stage is one of exploration, development, and industrialization of other sailors like Copasa and Pastos Grandes. Operations unit of electrochemicals, batteries, and research and development in ILB work jointly in order to improve industrial processes in the plants, apply technology developments that are appropriate for the strategic plan, and in that way adding value to the development of lithium, ceasing to be only exporters of raw materials, but also of scientific and technological resources. In that endeavor, ILB has opened the Center of Research, Science and Technology of Cathode Materials and Evaporation Materials of Bolivia, with an infrastructure of more than 4,000 square meters, scale-up bunkers, modern equipment of high performance, and with highly skilled human resources. Researchers, technologists, and fellows. And CC MASREP will become a focus of research and exchange of know-how when being the center of its type, the largest one and most important one in South America. Although the present technology underlying the lithium development processes based on brine lagoons, and Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia are also adopting novel technologies like the direct extraction of lithium. Extraction of lithium where you have different elements of interest based on the brine extracted from wells or evaporation pools. It's a process that used to take months and now only days. The direct extraction of lithium would allow to have the water and electricity processes for reagents, and that the brine that is extracted is re-injected to the wells and pools for their processing or other industrial purposes. The pilot stage of this technology that ILB is leading will allow if this technology is appropriate to generate raw material which is rich for the production of derived compounds. It will reduce the amount of input and at the same time establish the necessary technical and economic parameters for scaling up of this process. In that way, Yacimientos de Litio Bolivianos, YLB, has invested in new technologies and seeks to reach a position or that will allow us to compete with other technology developers. For that, it will be important to build bridges between those of us in charge of this mission in each one of the countries called the Lithium Triangle, and thus have control of this novel market to the benefit of our states and societies. Thank you very much, Adolfo. You've mentioned several important aspects ranging from national planning to have strategic plans, investment in science and human skills, the pilot staging, and the search to or trying to develop alternative technologies that will allow to minimize or reduce the use of water and other components. Janet Sanchez, now you have the floor. Have you connected? Keep on, Mauricio, please. I will join in towards the end. You can continue now. Now, Pablo Terrazas has the floor. Yes, Pablo, please go ahead. Cordial greetings to all. Sorry, something failed in technology that prevented us from joining. Pablo, you have the floor. About the Chilean experience. Thank you for the invitation to this important conference where 3 countries come together around the potential of that is called lithium. And really, we face several challenges in order to have joint work to further the interests of the region and of these 3 neighboring countries. Corfo has a participation in the lithium industry, given that it owns 2 mining fields. 1 second, please. One minute. There. Sorry. As I was saying, Corfo owns 2 mine fields that is operating with Albert Mali, which is a North American, and SQM, which is Chilean. 2 companies working to develop lithium in the north of our country, specifically in Atacama of Antofagasta. We don't develop nor regulate the industry. It is the mining ministry. However, we own the fields and we have a working pattern based on contracts with these 2 companies, operation contracts of these fields. On those contracts, not only do we regulate the price, but also we have linked other types of commitments, mainly in the use of certain royalties in order to develop I plus D, or research and development. And thus, with Corfo, what we have done is to create centers related to the development and research of different uses of lithium, as well as the potential in the whole area regarding green mining and solar energy. That said, we have focused in creating technology centers, working in coordination with industry and academia so as to move forward in these objectives related to innovation, research and development in green mining, solar energy, and lithium advanced materials. That is why Corfo in recent times has been tendering or to install an electromobility center seeking to develop and accelerate electromobility in our country.
There's many regulatory issues to solve yet, but also from the logistics standpoint and from the standpoint of the graduality needed to receive a private as well as private, public and private transportation sector to receive the electromobility. We have a green energy sector in the region of Antofagasta intended to move forward in green mining, something very importantly related to copper. Chile is the main exporter of copper to the world, and so we need to have the due traceability of this material. So everything dealing with the use of clean energies in the development of this industry plays a very important role. Likewise, transportation, the trucks, particularly those working in the open pit mines, they need to advance towards electromobility in this industry. With that, we hope to have a more sustainable mining. Thirdly, as I was saying, this institute intends to advance in advanced lithium materials. Third center related to the funds that we have been using in the non-metal mining in lithium deals with the Center of Circular Economy that will also be in the center north part of our country, Tarapacá, aiming to advance in preparing us for the recycling of all the components, recycling, reutilization, ecologic design, etc., of the new technologies to be developed thanks to lithium and renewable energies. We basically have, as an example, everything dealing with solar panels. In a given moment, we'll have a shelf life that will be finished. We are filling our north with the solar panels, but we have to see what we're going to do with them. Same thing with the batteries. We're advancing very rapidly in the lithium batteries, but we have to start thinking what the best way of reusing them or recycling them, reusing the lithium remaining there, etc. We are in the north of the country because that's where, first of all, that's where the resources come from, and second, because that's where we are pushing strongly all this issue of solar energy, because that's where we have the main solar radiation in the world. And that's where we have the great copper and lithium industry in our country. That's in terms of what we're doing in terms of innovation and R&D through two technology centers intended to bring together academia with industry. Secondly, it's important to highlight Chile's interest in advancing rapidly and the development of green hydrogen. That is why in the coming days, we are allocating the first tender of a subsidy fund of $50 million to accelerate the installation of the first green hydrogen plant in Chile. This is about to be allocated during this month of December in order to accelerate the commissioning of this industry in the north of the country. And finally, to say that Corfo has had good and not so good experiences, yet all of that have led us to learn more about the lithium market and its derivatives. We've done tenders of preferential prices of lithium sales for those who want to come and provide value added to lithium in our country. We have only seen local interests right now, particularly in the lithium nanoparticles, a local company that wants to develop technology along those lines. You know, that is the future. The cell phones, we want them to be lighter, more flexible. Clothing to eventually will be able to contain technology which we cannot imagine today. We use it in the watches, but eventually it could be in the folds of our clothes. And to that end, we need to advance in nanoparticles. So lithium nanoparticles is something that we are already working at with a local company. But we didn't have a good experience when we invited manufacturers from industries related to the manufacturing of batteries or lithium cathodes. So then we understand that there's other gaps, other hurdles that have prevented the development as we planned in our country initially, basically for market reasons, reasons of scale, production costs, which are still more attractive in other corners of the planet, such as Asia, where there is the main demand, or Germany, due to its strong automotive industry. That would be it. Thank you. Of course, later on, I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Pablo, for your intervention. I'm told that Carlos Ramos is already in. He comes from Bolivia. Are you here, Carlos? For us to have a first intervention about the experience of Bolivia, in this case, and innovation and adding value in lithium. What type of technological development you have based on the learning and the lessons learned, both good and bad in the case of Bolivia? Good afternoon, Janet. Good afternoon, everyone, friends and colleagues. I apologize for the delay. As an intervention at the level of YLB, Bolivia, I'd like to tell you about the issue of the research centers and the research activities conducted in Bolivia at a pilot level for the issue of value added in lithium. We are dealing with the exploitation of lithium in a sovereign way. So we have decided to conduct activities, pilot activities throughout the productive chain, and lithium extraction, the issue of the processing of cathodes, and up to the implementation and manufacturing of batteries at a pilot level. The experiences are very good. They're quite positive, because I understand that we are training staff. We have people skilled in those areas, and which at the pilot level, they conduct the full development of the lithium chain up to the level of the battery. So we do have that progress. And we are entering into that new technology of synthesizing cathodes. We want to improve it through R&D and research to maybe go into the development of new compounds, cathode compounds that may improve the development of the battery. So we are treading that path. And as I said, it has been intense, hard work. It's taken its time, it's required effort, but we are starting to see the results of that effort, and that we have staff who have had that experience of dealing with the equipment at the pilot level, of synthesizing cathodes to be able to work with that material until reaching the implementation and development of battery modules, which are fully operational. A quality study is done. So all those steps taken in the issue of adding value to lithium are things that we are doing at a pilot level, yes, but with very good results, very good experience, and with great hopes for the future in terms of being able to contribute and to be an important player in all this issue of the production chain of lithium and its derivatives and aggregates.
Gracias, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, Janet. Thank you very much. We will continue talking because this is a dialogue. We now have heard the initial experiences of the three countries of the lithium triangle that have been so varied. And we know that there are different emphases, different roles between the state, the private sector, academia, universities, the research centers. Nevertheless, there are possibilities of attaining economies of scale and complementarity, agglomeration, if we have minimum agreements in coordination, at least in the issues of scientific and technological development and innovation. Sometimes it might be very expensive for each country to do on its own, and each country has their own research centers. Some are public, some are important universities that are conducting those research, So I think that we should think and reflect as to how, in the regional arena, going away from our own borders and looking at the experience of what has been done in each one of the countries, how do we see the institutional arrangements or of coordination at the regional, sub-regional level to support the research programs, those of technological development and innovation as well? What concrete institutional developments or amongst governments are there? What mechanisms are there? What possibilities do we have to truly integrate at least our shared strengths of research? How do you see that in the specific case of lithium that we could carry forward? And we must start from background information. Mauricio León probably already mentioned that Argentina and Bolivia, for example, had the initiative of creating a sort of a center, research center, research on science and technology related to lithium, which could be interesting, of pooling strengths. Something similar could be done with Chile. They also launched the idea of having a technical forum for reflection with the technical teams for capacity building and exchange of experiences. What possibilities do you see in that? What recommendations could you provide in this space, which is more to hear ourselves, particularly the governments, because you are experts in public policy. So I give the floor once again to Roberto Salvaesa to see if you can help us to think out loud. What are our possibilities and how can we make those spaces of coordination work and to help us remembering that the window of opportunity is not too large, so we have to move fast. Roberto, please. Thank you. I think that with our colleagues from Bolivia, we've started a series of contacts a year ago. At that time, I was in charge of the Ministry of Science, and we thought it was a truly very important opportunity because in this case, we shared even stages, technological stages, such as the pilot plant.
That is being developed in both countries. So the exchange of information, of human resources, of technologies allowed for the possibility to get subsidies so as to develop activities in certain difficulty areas. So we thought it was a great opportunity, and recognizing the scientific and technological capacities of the region, there is complementarity. We know that the sailors have differences, or sailor brines. I see that there is a great opportunity, and what has to be accelerated is political decisions, because the enterprise of CONICET and Yacimientos Petrolíferos Fiscales, which is a corporation with contribution from the national state. So we will, of course, accompany that which is promoted by the agencies of the countries. And in this line of research and development, to add value from the sailor brines to the batteries. It is a unique opportunity for cooperation in subjects that can add value. Yes, we have a long tradition of cooperating in research and development, but this is different, reaching a comprehensive technological development. So that is a great opportunity. Thank you, Roberto. Now let us see if Pablo, how do you see these ideas that Roberto has started in Argentina and Bolivia, with the idea of having a center to share strengths and researchers and results and specific actions and the lithium chain. What's the Chilean perspective that has important progress and a long-standing experience in mining? How do you see concrete possibilities for that coordination? Well, it's very attractive, very interesting, and very necessary. I think that a starting point that is really crucial is one of environmental production standards. The idea is to have clean production, of course, and for that you need technology, innovation, and therefore to set common goals for us. For example, what is it that we understand by green lithium? And that would present challenges that we could face jointly together. That is the starting point, the first step. It is first to come to agreement on environmental standards for production. Then we can discuss on cathodes or batteries. But what's the point if we understand that one of the countries is producing gray lithium versus one that is producing green lithium? So it is there is room for discussion that would allow us to have some common strategies, but production environmental standards, and then based on that to have challenges for innovation and technology development to develop and jointly green lithium, it would be an excellent starting point to have a common strategy. Thank you, Pablo. Excellent contribution. And now you've moved to the ideas of the second block, which is more to say, in what lines could you work? You have clearly referred to environmental standards, of course, a common concern, both, or rather of Argentina, Bolivia, and all the countries that have mining activities. Excellent point. Carlos, how do you see this? How do you see the possibility of carrying forward a common research agenda of common research, and what recommendations do you have? Is the idea of a center going to be, promoted by Argentina and Bolivia, making it extensive or extending it to Chile? Maybe could you work through that instance or entity, or can there be other multilateral spaces for projects, joint projects for scientific, technological development, or methodological, like this case of environmental joint standards? Certainly, the idea is to adopt certain actions in order to standardize some issues in the lithium cycle, which are very relevant. And we do it, if we do it in an isolated manner, of course, we'll face more difficulties. Will that be the instance? How do you envision? Thank you, Janet. I think it's the proposal of Pablo is very interesting in that when beginning or to be in an incipient, that is, process in Bolivia, I'd say, insofar as development, it is key to start working on environmental standards, to see to what extent can we work, what is permitted, and that is what we need to think towards the future. The idea of being able to produce lithium is to contribute worldwide and reduce environmental pollution and global warming, and going to electromobility would be a contribution of our countries to change those energy grids worldwide. It's important to have this environmental standard, as Pablo says, to have sound, robust knowledge in that, knowing that we are not generating so much contamination or greater damage for the movement. To work along those lines, it's very important to know the degree of value, the degree of input, degree of contribution in world production of lithium for that energy change that the world needs so badly. Perfect. Now we move on to the second block of questions, which are guiding questions, but you have the freedom to develop the topics of greatest interest. The second part is that we speak out loud on what opportunities and recommendations could be for technological development, value, and chains upstream and downstream in lithium. And the specific question is, first, how, based on the experience of your countries, Roberto, how do you envision available opportunities to move forward in technology development innovation, and value adding in lithium. Do you see real possibilities, concrete possibilities based on Argentinian experience, that this not only be a dream to think intensely in implementing the value chain or relocating possibilities for development, upstream and downstream? As to lithium development, please go ahead, Roberto. Yes, thanks. I think that we need to disaggregate all the technology package to understand the true possibilities of working with raw materials that are produced in the region. Now, if you see the components of a battery, it ranges from cathode active principles to electrolytes and separators, or to understand all the technology from cradle to gate. And understanding that gives us the opportunity to think at what point can we add value to this product that can be understood as green lithium. Yes, suggestion is very important, but the idea is to have methods that are sustainable. Evaporation is not a good method for Argentina in areas of little availability of water, as it is the case of the north of our country. We believe that we need to take into account all the processes, technologically speaking, to move forward in all that can be adding technology value to the process in itself, so as to have this green lithium with the care for water, the environment, and consider all the components, material development to the battery proper. And in that road is where you can detect the opportunities for national raw materials, for the SMEs that are able to do the electronics of a battery, and to those that can work on purification methods in order to have the materials for cathodes. I think a lot has to be done, and we need to do it fast. So all the pilot stage is key along those lines. We will be able to identify where, in what point can we be competitive and integrate a chain with this added value to that carbonate that today, or other materials that we export as raw material without adding value. Thank you, Roberto. Very important what you have said. And I see you with an optimistic approach, that is, in that it is possible, at least there are niches that could be developed with the support of SMEs, of small, medium enterprises and industries. Pablo, how do you see these possibilities for developing science and technology, developing the value chain? If we have had failures, we could say, in possibilities with other ores, we haven't done it. We have wasted many opportunities, and we continue to be simply raw material suppliers. It's not bad, but if we are totally dependent from that type of specialization, it's difficult to develop more economic integration in our country. And we know that in parallel, there is a process of real industrialization that is happening. So how, from technology and scientific development or innovation that we could give to lithium, can we make the most of this opportunity, exporting opportunity? The three countries, anyhow, have accumulated expertise and developing with errors, but with successes as well. How do you see a possibility of developing something more in the value chain of lithium? Well, that's the dream of every country, to stop being exporter of raw materials only. So very often, not always, but very often, is the difference from it's the difference between developed and developing countries. So I think it is an aspiration of all countries that to add more to the value chain. As to how do we do it, it is a long way to tread, because I do not want to question, and I think there is capacity in Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia of researching in academia. That's not the most difficult part, but rather you need to see the costs in order to produce in our countries.
And also the markets that we have. There we have a different type of difficulty. But probably in a given minute, they may be solved, maybe yes. Today, I see it very difficult, given the exercises made by Corfo. But of course, that you can review that and maybe make some adjustments and you can detect a problem. So far, we have seen that the path is that we still, it's hard for us to compete with countries such as China because the costs are lower there. The markets, as I said, the consumer markets are there. So greater production costs plus freight make us less competitive. Even though we have the technology and develop it there, it's still lower cost elsewhere. And if we want to sell, we have to sell our products at a lower price, because otherwise we would be selling a more expensive product to ourselves and not necessarily of a better quality. But I do believe that sometimes, I don't want to say that it's not possible to advance in the value chain. The challenge is to see where and how we can be more competitive and be more efficient, and where we can do R&D, not only just to research and find or innovate something that can then be produced elsewhere. And I insist something that I dealt with, but I will add something else in terms of clean production, because the consumers, and particularly in the triangle where we have lithium and we find the brine in our salt flats. So that technology that we can create will be used here. The environmental standards and all the challenges ahead to comply with those standards will have to be consumed here, used by the industries that are installed here, so they will remain here. And then we have another area where we can be competitive, and it is in the quality of the lithium and how we do an ever pure lithium. There's much R&D in that. How can we advance faster in metallic lithium that it still has many challenges, and exporting metallic lithium, not only lithium carbonate to then become metallic lithium. So there's many challenges that have R&D behind it. And that we can advance. I believe sometimes we get lost in trying to, I will be extreme, but trying to manufacture the car when there's much to do in other topics that are very important. I can have a very important environmental impact in our countries. And they may not be so glamorous, but they do have an important impact in our environment and in our economy. It's part of the challenge of this triangle of lithium. See what we want to move on in the value chain with our feet firmly set on the ground, being realistic that the economies grow, and then maybe we can keep one step ahead in the value chain, always thinking that we want to be 3 developed countries, but the path is long, and it's important that the steps we give are safe, firm, and that R&D and innovation not be only a paper, but to be a reality in our economies. Thank you, Paulo. What you have said is fundamental at the end, particularly to highlight that certainly we need the connection between scientific technological research and the stakeholders, those who are on site. If these levels are not related and they don't have joint working agendas, it won't happen. And the idea of being realistic about what we can and cannot do. But maybe that can also be part of the discussions and the working agenda we will have together. What to do, what not, what's the first phase, what's the second phase, etc. Thank you, Pablo. Please, Carlos, how do you visualize this situation on Bolivia's side? Do you believe there are real possibilities of strengthening our R&D and scientific and technological development, as well as innovation? Do you think this can be carried forward, not only at a national scale, but at a regional scale to reduce costs in general and to have an adequate complementation? And instead of going marginally, moving on, and this that Paulo says, that let's go with our feet firm on the ground, seeing what can be done. But when taking these steps should make use of the knowledge and the capacity of all of us. So these steps might be lighter than if they were given individually by each of the countries. Go ahead, Carlos. I believe that short, medium, and long-term goals should be set. Actually, Paulo's right, that we should put our feet on the ground and take firm and safe steps. But making an analysis of the markets, I believe that in a given moment, we should start to break the chain of depending on Asian products, in this case, that is, and be able to start producing in the region. Maybe not with a worldwide scope. Let's not think that we want to conquer foreign markets. Our prices will not be competitive. They have years of advantage. But I personally believe that we should continue with the issue of R&D to be able to produce cathodes and batteries with a regional scope, South American maybe scope right now, and start to avoid importing products from other continents when we have the capacity to produce them and the capacity and the knowledge, innovation and development to be able to meet our own regional market niche. We are consumers of batteries. And just as other continents are concerned about changing the energy matrix, I believe that we should take the initiative of also making the change based on our region. So we have hard work ahead. There's much to do, much to advance. But I believe that we need to accelerate that work and that progress. As I said, it will depend on the effort to attain those results as soon as possible. And it's up to us. It's up to our effort, to our interest, our impulse to reach those objectives that we want to attain at a regional level initially, to at least cover our regional market niche. I'm thinking at a South American level initially, and even though the costs are not as competitive as the products from other continents, I believe that the interest for our regional product, for our interest of caring for our nature at a regional level, will lead us to consume our own products done by us. And that's an interest that I believe is something that we as persons have it inherently within us. That's my comment. Thank you very much, Carlos. You have said something so important as well about considering evidently not the major markets that are already well developed by the developed countries. But maybe we should look and see what our own regional markets have to say. Let's consider that from the standpoint of electromobility, we already have automotive industries developed in Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. So right here, there's an important market. And also we have a strong demand for our commitment. The Paris Agreement, we just had COP26, where we're so clear that we need to have an energy transition. So the demands, electromobility, as well as the energy transition are right here in the region. And there are many, and they are significant. So we cannot look down on that regional market of our own that sometimes we have somewhat neglected, trying to conquer other markets. That's not bad, but we have neglected our regional market. The ECLAC trade statistics show us that, how we have reduced the intra-regional trade. So there is a market niche there that's being neglected in terms of its relative importance to the rest of the world, while other countries are already thinking about relocation. It is in fact happening, precisely given the problems of the risk of the paralyzation of certain parts of the global chains. There was a rethinking in general. China, the US, the EU are considering the possibilities of relocations and rather of improving the regional components. So it's very interesting. Now, I would like to go to a closing round, and I will give you the opportunity to have a more final remark or to add on something that you have reflected with so much generosity this afternoon. I see you're also writing through the chat, particularly from Argentina, to say that they truly appreciate these ideas and possibilities of technological development, in this case in Argentina, and for young people to find out that those possibilities exist. So let's have our final thoughts. And let us see what you think about the idea of keeping a technical forum where we can discuss with an agenda to start to unfold it. And of course, ECLAC is available to you because we are available to the countries and the governments to support that. Also, in the idea of Argentina and Bolivia of this Center or Corporation of Science, Technology, and Innovation in lithium, to have these ideas mature in the best possible way. How would you close your ideas in perspective about a future collaboration that will lay out an agenda that's interesting, that matters to you, that will contribute to you? That would be interesting to hear. So I will give the floor, and then we will close the panel. Roberto, we have 2 minutes for each. Thank you.
Gracias. Voy a ser muy breve.
Thank you. I'll be very
Thank
brief.
you. I will be very
think,
brief.
I think
believe that some proposals are very clear. Argentina is decided to work on a complete perspective of all the value-added chain in lithium.
And so in that context, where we will explore the different opportunities available, I think regional cooperation is fundamental. The three countries do have enormous potential, and that collaboration is absolutely necessary. We raised it at the beginning. We have reinforced it in ICTEC. The government shares this idea. And there is this idea of joint regional Latin American work with technology capacities and having, we know all this is part of the sovereignty. And we have seen in the pandemic, those producing vaccines were immunized. Those that didn't produce did have to wait. So the message is clear: integration, chains of countries in the world, in the rural world is important, but we need to advance in regional integration. So we will be there pushing forward, promoting cooperation, and we thank ECLAC for this space and this proposal of sitting together at a technical table so as to identify those points where we can start thinking about the first steps that we would be willing to share, walk together, and see how we can do it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roberto. Excellent proposal. And we take note to accompany you in that road forward. We will be there. For Latin America not to waste an opportunity and to do whatever we can to do things not radically different, but where you need to change or modify, or then we need to do it so as not to waste another opportunity. Pablo, please, your last words. Well, yes, as thanking ECLAC for this initiative. It's always very important to adopt regional challenges. Once again, we have an opportunity to work jointly in Latin America due to geographical reasons or natural resources that we share. Of course, it's if we achieve to have a common strategy, of course, that will leverage us, the three countries, the region, and the continent. So thank you for this effort of ECLAC. And secondly, I concur with Roberto in that it's always good to start with the common purviews. We believe that environmental topics, of course, will share in setting standards. I think nobody can wish something different. And as I said at the beginning, there is a challenge, and ECLAC can help us in organizing that. And there is a lot of innovation and technology behind that endeavor, how to measure the carbon footprint of one or another system. It's important. And maybe there is not one single production system that's the clean one. There may be different technologies. But what's important is that the traceability or the carbon footprint be unquestionable by markets, and also transit ahead in the development of the industry in our region so as to provide more work, more employment, greater growth to our economies. Thank you very much to the participants, and thanks, Janet. Thank you once again. The idea of having one common front, for example, the environmental standards, yes, it's key. An excellent starting point. Because beyond our ethical and political commitment of intervening in a more sustainable manner, beyond that fact, it's important that countries demanding this type of ores have requirements, and all that needs to move us to improve the environmental conditions and social conditions, and even from the perspective of the production, it's key to have standards, and if done coordinatedly, we will have a greater chance to negotiate with the demand or countries demanding the product, well, when we all share one same standard, and thus avoid the race to the bottom insofar as labor, social, and environmental standards. Carlos, please. Bolivia is very important and has adopted very courageous actions with challenges, problems, not exempt of problems. There is a road that has been already treaded, and there is a decision to do development and extractive activities in a responsible way, supporting the development of the country. You have the floor for your final words. Janet, Roberto, and Pablo, thank you. Bolivia is precisely at that stage of development, of beginning to explore and have industrial production of lithium carbonate. Always with the idea that Bolivia will have the benefit of this natural resource. Thinking in broader terms as lithium triangle, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile have the potential, have the power to change the worldwide energy grid. We are key players. The lithium is such an important participant worldwide that the eyes of all powers or industries seeking this change of energy grid are being placed in this lithium triangle. So personally, I take it as a contribution to this change that is needed worldwide to avoid precisely, to minimize the carbon footprint and leave better conditions for the future for next generations. So I believe that we need to continue looking for ways to work together, not losing sight of the potential of our three countries of contributing to world geopolitics and energy. It is a major challenge, a major responsibility. To achieve those changes that the planet is trying to achieve. I understand that Chile is ahead in these aspects, but Bolivia is mindful of the responsibilities ahead as we have productive capacity. Thank you. When countries are in a different stage of the cycle, well, those that come later need to benefit from the already acquired expertise and errors made and lessons learned. So it's key for Bolivia, the possibility of having these possibilities to exchange, review experiences, and give place to the South-South cooperation or North-South cooperation where you can find best practices as well. I thank you. We thank you for your time to this space in the Science and Technology Conference organized by ECLAC. We thank the Embassy of Argentina, particularly in Chile, that has supported us jointly to organize this event. Cooperation that is always present and has heard from decision makers and authorities what could be preferred, what is sought, even in one first agenda. We've taken note of all of that. We see it is important to really take advantage of the window of opportunity and doing things right. Do it in economic terms with greater efficiency, but also in environmental terms with greater efficiency in the use of different resources, not only as to the carbon footprint, environmental footprint, with better labor and social standards, and so that each activity may be an opportunity to develop the productive sector and industrial sector and attract human resources and youth to improve their capacities because they will see concrete opportunities. An excellent roundtable, excellent, outstanding quality of experts, of panelists. We have had around 43 attendees, all of them technicians from the corresponding sectoral ministries, mining, lithium, public corporations. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Carlos. And we'll be following any other possibility, and you can count on ECLAC's cooperation for these important challenges that we are there to help. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Recording stopped.